There's a hunter in the suburbs.
Where's my son? Is he gonna kill us?
He's watching you.
He stalks, sometimes days, weeks, months in advance.
Careful, cunning, invisible.
Where is he? What have I done wrong? What have I missed?
Is this America's most dangerous serial killer?
What will happen is that it'll become stagnant. You'll feel a need to go out and do it.
Can he be stopped before he tries his luck one more time?
Sooner or later, you're gonna hear from him.
I'm M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
As I started killing again and again, I saw it as a purpose.
Because he is one. Irvine, a comfortable, quiet neighborhood south of Los Angeles. May 4, 1986. Janelle Cruz is 18, a carefree California teenager.
There's no way I'm reading you that one.
Her mom's away on vacation in Mexico, and Janelle has got a friend over.
And the hope that she feels to escape
She
from
couldn't be
the-
happier right now. But just outside her window, one of America's most elusive serial killers is carefully biding his time. The killer has been stalking Janelle.
Thank you for coming.
He knows her house. He knows the streets. He knows the escape routes. And he's feeling very confident because he's done this all before and never been caught. Quintessential suburbia. Green lawns, stucco homes. The last place on earth you'd expect evil to come in and take away someone in the community. But this is the hunting grounds of one of the most dangerous serial killers in history. May 5, 1986. Janelle's innocent teenage bedroom is now a shocking crime scene. Janelle has been beaten to death with a pipe wrench, her hands and legs tied, and she's been raped. Soon, detectives realize that Janelle's murder has followed a very particular pattern, and they've seen it before. In 1980, newlyweds Keith and Patty Harrington were murdered in nearby Laguna Niguel. And 1 year later, 28-year-old Manuela Wthun was found dead in her bedroom. She lived just 2.5 miles from Janelle Cruz. All 4 victims were bound and beaten to death. The women were raped by a man who sneaked into their homes in the middle of the night. 3 attacks, 4 people dead. By 1986, police in Southern California know they have a serial killer walking their streets. They name him the original Nightstalker. And once again, he disappears into the night. There are patterns here with the Harringtons, the Wthun murder, and the Janelle Cruz murder. You know, certain things just pop right out. The way he invades the home, the way he stalks the home, the way that nobody really spots this guy. How did he blend right into this community like a ghost? So how do you begin to get a handle on who this killer might be?
This is the smartest serial killer I've ever seen.
I'm meeting with my old colleague, John Kelly.
This man is very methodical, he's very careful, he's very well planned, he's very patient.
John's a veteran profiler. He knows how to get inside the mind of a killer. But the original Nightstalker? Oh man, this killer is something else.
He's a chameleon.
Yeah.
He blends right into the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, he's what nightmares are made of. He's the evil out in the darkness. He's the devil that comes out of the dark pit.
On previous cases, John Kelly used a convicted murderer codenamed 13 to help him understand the mind of a serial killer. This time, I'm bringing something to the table. I went out and found my own guy. He's in prison. There's no way this guy's ever getting out. He's got way too many bodies to his name. We've been talking over a year now. It's absolutely terrifying. But you know, this guy's got something. He's the closest you'll ever want to come to experience what it's like to cross that line into one of the ultimate taboos, the ultimate sin of murder.
So you've got your own serial killer now, Matthew. It's not going to be easy. You want to tell me what it's like?
Well, it's a lot harder than I ever would have thought it would be.
Yeah.
It's this total darkness that surrounds me, Kelly, and just, you know, pushes on every part of me. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you know, you feel like you've been drained because you're hanging on every single word they say. And it's knowing that on the other side of that phone, you're dancing with the devil. Welcome to my world.
It's time for me to introduce my guy to Kelly. His code name? Raven.
Hey. Okay, Raven, listen, the original Nightstalker, why was he so bold and confident in his attacks?
Well, he is bold because he's used to an environment. People do crimes that they're used to in their comfort zone.
You got away with it for a while and then you got caught. What changes in you when you get away with it?
There was a feeling of greatness. There's always been a challenge to break the law, to go against society, to do something no one else done. Once I stepped over that line and killed for the first time, the next day I would be capable of murder without thinking too much of it. Because my moral undertaking that took me across that line in the first place was gone.
And that's what Raven and the original Nightstalker have in common. Getting away with murder makes them stronger. It makes them bolder. And what makes the original Nightstalker even bolder still? The fact that he plays on his home turf, the suburbs.
This isn't your normal, everyday, off the street kind of serial killer that's out at the bar, drinking it up, smoking some weed, doing some drugs, and then he's on the hunt. This guy is obsessive-compulsive about focusing in on his victims of choice. I believe he's directing the rage towards his family of origin that abused them.
And that family of origin is middle class.
I believe that. Middle class suburbia.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, a major commonality in this guy's MO.
And it's back in suburbia where I pick up the trail. I'm going to meet with a dedicated cop who has made catching this killer his life's work. homicide investigator for the Orange County Sheriff's Department, Larry Poole. Hey, Larry, thanks for meeting me.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Meet
it.
you.
Larry and I are on the streets of Irvine, the neighborhood where Janelle Cruz and Manuela Wthun were murdered. Looks about as safe as you can get, doesn't it?
Irvine is a very safe community to live in, so for them to have murders in Irvine to begin with was quite unusual. It's one of the safest cities in America.
So what is the neighborhood and the fact that, you know, these homes are close together, what does it tell us about him and how bold he was?
We know that our offender was brazen. He wasn't frightened by police presence. He wasn't frightened by police patrols. Therefore, he wasn't intimidated by close proximity of neighbors.
It was a
So we already
challenge to
know
him,
that.
really.
It's a challenge. It helps heighten probably his overall excitement,
Right.
being in closer to other
Right.
people as well.
And also, I mean, if I'm a guy, if I'm him, and I'm walking my dog down the street, even right now, if somebody passed us, it would just look like another guy walking his dog.
Yes.
And he could be stalking. He could be casing the place out.
Absolutely.
For over a decade, the 4 murders remain unsolved. Every lead, every suspect has been a dead end. Until DNA provides a link, not to the killer, but to another set of shocking crime scenes. The Orange County attacks were not this killer's first. I'm in Ventura County, California, retracing the bloody footsteps of the most frightening serial killer I've ever investigated. The original Nightstalker. I'm a little uneasy on these streets. He's hunted here before, and so far, no one can tell me that he won't hunt again. It's twilight in suburbia. Everyone's home from work. Kids are doing their homework at the kitchen table. Mom's folding laundry. Dad's reading the newspaper. But our guy, he's out. And he's stalking the neighborhood. He's looking for that house. He's looking for that next victim. He's looking to strike as soon as that sun goes down and twilight is over. It's time for him to come out and play. In 2000, law enforcement linked 6 separate attacks, 10 murders, to one man, the original Nightstalker. 3 attacks and 4 dead in Irvine, a double murder in Ventura, 2 attacks and 4 dead in Goleta near Santa Barbara. The killing began in 1979 and stopped in 1986. And as far as law enforcement are concerned, he's still out there.
The offender, if he is still alive, he does still represent a threat to the community. So you can't stop looking.
Orange County homicide investigator Larry Poole is leading the task force trying to catch this killer.
He has neighborhoods that he selects that appear to be middle to upper middle class neighborhoods.
The original Nightstalker has a very particular way of going about things. And like all of us, the way you do things can tell a lot about who you are.
Within those neighborhoods, it appears that he selects the victims. So he stalks sometimes days, weeks, months in advance.
In 1980, Charlene Smith had a lot to smile about. Her husband, Larry, was about to become a judge. She had a nice house in the suburbs. The original Nightstalker was about to take all that away from her.
Shut your mouth. You're not listening to me.
A vibrant, happy life torn apart. How did you determine the victims were murdered?
The victims had several blows to their heads. There was a lot of blood on the wall. The log had been removed from the side of the residence and brought in by the suspect. It appeared that the log had been utilized as the murder weapon. Both victims had been bound. They were found bound with ligatures still attached to their wrists and their ankles.
Was Charlene sexually assaulted?
She was.
From Goleta to Irvine, the murders were almost identical. Surprise attacks late at night, victims bound, raped, and beaten to death, and a well-planned getaway, on foot or a stolen bicycle. But in the Smith attack, the killer left a calling card, a tantalizing clue. The victims were tied with a very particular knot.
So it was tied 4 times, 2 times on each body to the wrist ligatures. I pulled that knot out of evidence, took it to LA County Crime Lab. The knot expert examined the knot and determined that it was a decorative diamond knot.
A diamond knot. It's used by sailors, but also in horseback riding and by the Boy Scouts. It's distinctive and difficult to tie. He's in someone's house in the middle of the night, planning to rape and kill, and he ties this knot? Why?
So tying a diamond knot is difficult. I mean, how the hell did he do it? Only one way to find out. Unravel it myself and give it a whirl. That's not it. Let's try it again. I mean, this is real. This is impossible to do. I'm thinking that this guy had to tie this knot or learn this knot to throw law enforcement off. That's why he did it. To say, I can do it. And to say, you know what? You're gonna call 10 different experts on diamond knots to see if you can get inside my mind and figure out why I did it or the type of person who did it. That's what he wanted. And that's what he got.
To criminal profiler John Kelly, these elaborate bindings say one thing. He wasn't tying them to stop his victims escaping. He did it because he got off on it.
Knots and bindings are very important to this killer.
What about if there are women out there who were scared off by some nut who wanted to tie them up? Should they come forward?
See, that's something that I think could get this guy caught. There are women that know of this man who have met this man.
Hey.
And this man would be very focused on having power and control. And that would mean, in his case, I believe, a bondage fetish. The bondage is all about the power and the control, which we know serial killers have in their DNA.
There's one man out there who knows rapists and killers better than most. Because he lives among them. Raven.
Now, you've known some rapists. Tell me about some experience you've talked to them about in there.
I have talked to several, and they are always trying to say that they were innocent of the crime. They're trying to downplay the sexual aspect of their crime because that is not a well-liked scenario in prison.
You can't hide from who you are, right, Raven?
That's right. You're going to turn your hand over and we're going to read between the lines. We're going to see what really is their motive behind it. Just in the way they act, their actions around, say, female guards, their comments they'd like to make on female guards.
I think I know what Raven's getting at here. Guys with extreme sex fetishes find it hard to suppress their true nature. And that means someone out there, perhaps a girlfriend, may have an inkling of who this guy is. There's another thing I've learned about this killer. He knew the areas where he hunted like the back of his hand.
It seems that the offender likes to use creek beds that run through neighborhoods as kind of his lifeline into and out of the areas. It's a good place to surveil from. It's a good place to stage from. A good place to disappear. It's a prudent choice tactically.
So my man Larry Poole is exactly right when he says our guy loved the tactical advantage. Because he murders in suburbia right here, and then he runs down the sidewalk and he comes over to here, and what do we have? A trail leading directly to the creek, where he can what? Escape. This is what he did. Right down this hill, right into the creek bed, and right in through that bamboo, into the woods, and gone.
Tactics. This guy is all about tactics. He's careful. He's planned. It makes me think of the term military precision. It makes me think military.
I believe he does have a military background.
Without a doubt.
This guy knows how to secure and control victims. He's learned that somewhere. This person has learned how to surveil a complete area. He's very focused on the exits out of the neighborhood. See, that again can be reconnaissance in the military. He had to learn this stuff somewhere. This just doesn't come naturally to you.
And Larry Poole also likes the military theory.
I believe that there could be a military connection. It's my personal belief that while he may have employed military tactics, he may have been in the military for at least some time in his life, I don't think he would have been very successful. I don't believe our offender would be very good at taking orders, following directives, being commanded.
So we're starting to get a picture of just who this killer might be. He's middle class, blends into suburban neighborhoods easily, was probably raised in one. He's athletic. He has a fetish for bondage. Plus, he may have a background in the military. He's a master of surveillance, of tactical planning, taking prisoners. He's a killing machine, and he's still out there. Between 1979 and 1986, the original Nightstalker hunted, attacked, and murdered 10 people in Southern California. He haunted these streets, and now he's haunting me. He was savage, yet methodical. A sadistic sex killer who left tantalizing fragments of evidence. But he was a ghost, escaping into the night, floating, just out of reach.
This is the kind of offense where once you've dug into it, it's difficult to let go of. And you have so many people, so many lives that have been touched by this offender, people who still live in fear.
This killer kept the best cops in Southern California awake at night. And at the same time, up in Northern California, another detective was losing sleep over his own elusive predator.
I would wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I would wonder, where is he? What have I done wrong? What have I missed?
In 1979, Sergeant Larry Crompton is working one of the most difficult cases of his career. A serial rapist has been terrorizing communities around Sacramento, Stockton, and Modesto.
Plan on taking any precautions?
I put locks on my doors. Peepholes in just last week.
I don't know. I have a gun, but I still don't feel safe being, at home alone.
He has over 50 attacks to his name, and he always gets away. Police call him the East Area Rapist.
A lot of times what he would do is shine a flashlight in their eyes, and he would put a knife to their throat and tell them, do exactly as I tell you or I'll kill you.
Larry, what effect did this guy have on that community?
People were afraid, and gun sales went up. With me, I made sure the windows were locked every night.
So how did he mainly get into the houses?
A lot of times, what he would do is go into the house while the people were not there. Set it up, leave a window unlocked in one of the rooms, and then come in through that window.
Why, that's a brazen, bold serial rapist.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. One of the worst that California's ever seen.
Then, Larry and his colleagues hear about the original Nightstalker murders in Southern California, and they notice a pattern.
So we got the reports. You had the tying up, everything that happened, everything that he did. I felt certain that it was him.
So was Larry Crompton's hunch correct? In 2001, new advances in DNA profiling provide the answer. The samples from the Southern California murders and the Northern California rapes, they're a match. The original Nightstalker is the East Area rapist.
I've driven 300 miles just to see where all this started. I'm coming to Sacramento for answers. Because the answers are where he began, where he made his mistakes, where he left clues, back in the beginning. That's where the answers are.
Before he graduated to murder, the original Nightstalker used all the same tricks he put into play as a serial killer. Attack in the dead of night, a flashlight in the eyes, bindings, rape. He has escape routes planned, running into nearby bushland, riding off on a bicycle.
What you'll find is on these rapes, he would be close to a thoroughfare, a freeway, or someplace where 10 minutes he was in traffic. So on a bicycle, he could get back to his car, which maybe was only 2 or 3 blocks away, and then he'd be gone.
This is one of his escape routes in Sacramento. Out of the suburbs, across the American River, and down onto these trails. It's so clear now. This guy, he runs, he rides, he's athletic. He thinks he's smarter than the cops, and he thinks he's faster than them too.
Thinking about this, being here right at the scene, suburbia right there, the highway right here. I can just feel him here. I can feel his presence here. All these bikers going by me, people walking their dogs. This is where he feels comfortable, right in suburbia, right enmeshed, right in with everybody, because he's one of them. That's what it is. He's one of them.
So what do we learn about the original Nightstalker from his past as a rapist? Here's one thing. He likes to read about himself in the papers.
Did he up the ante and go after women with men because the media maybe poked him a little bit and said, you can't do this?
Yes, as the news media come out and said there was never a man, his next hit was with a man. When the news media come out and said there was never a dog, his next hit, he carried their dog into the house with him.
As a rapist, the original Nightstalker had a shocking taste for cruelty.
Everything that he did, everything that he said, was to make sure they were terrorized.
Left bound in another room, husbands were forced to listen as their wives were attacked, helpless to intervene.
He put dishes on the back of the mail and said, if I hear these, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your wife. I'll cut the ears off your children and bring them to you, that type thing.
There were many husbands who never got over that experience.
What does that do to suburbia when a tree branch rubbing up against a window becomes the devil? Well, maybe the devil, maybe Satan is outside my window tonight. If it was me, I'd be sitting in a chair in front of the door with a loaded shotgun. And that's no way to live. That's what this guy, this serial rapist / serial killer, that's what he did to these communities.
And the cruelty just didn't stop. In 1978, one of the rape victims started getting hang-up calls. Police put a recording device on her phone, and before long, she heard the voice of the original Nightstalker.
Hello? Hello?
She almost fainted. It was that bad. It brought back all those memories, and that's why it's so difficult to live with.
Terrorizing her once wasn't enough.
He's a sadist. I truly believe that. Look at what he's done with the couples. He has humiliated and tortured the man mentally while he is physically humiliating and sexually torturing the woman that he's raping.
The voice of a killer on the line. It's become a theme in my life lately. Raven follows me in my sleep, and in the daytime, he's just a phone call away.
In a few of the rape cases, he would call his victims on the phone and threaten them again. Why would he do that?
To keep them silent. To strike fear in their victims. To keep them from going to the police. Keep them from remembering things that might eventually capture him.
There are many out there who suffer in silent fear of this killer. But some do not. There are eyewitnesses. There are people with memories that will not fade. It's 1976. Disco plays on the radio. Skateboards rule the streets. And in Sacramento, California, the original Nightstalker is a serial killer who's just starting out, taking deadly baby steps.
Here's the thing, this is ground zero. This is where it really began for him. He picks neighborhoods, not victims. Victims come second. First, he zeroes in on a neighborhood, feels comfortable there, and then he chooses somebody.
Sometimes I can recall it like it was just yesterday.
In 1976, he chooses one of his first victims.
It was about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Married with a 3-year-old son. We'll call her Alicia.
My husband had just left for work.
Alicia has bravely agreed to tell me her story. I'm hoping it holds some clues.
I heard the garage door close, and right after that, my 3-year-old son came and got into bed with me. We used to like to snuggle in the morning. And shortly thereafter, I heard someone running down the hall. And then I looked up, and there was a flashlight flashing in my eyes. And a man stood over me with a ski mask on and telling me with clenched teeth and shut up or he'd kill me. So the next thing he did, he had this ritual of tearing cloths and tearing sheets. My heart was beating so rapidly, it was like it was coming through my chest. He then proceeded to tie our wrists and our ankles with shoelaces. And then he took the cloths and gagged us both and blindfolded us. That's what I remember most is the fear. The fear. Was he going to kill us? You know, where's my son? Is he going to kill us? When he untied my legs, then I knew he was going to rape me. But you know, I don't remember much about the rape. All I remember was the fear.
I just want to thank you. Thank you for showing your courage. I think it's going to help. Were there any traits or characteristics that stood out?
Well, I would like to mention that he was poorly endowed. That's not a behavior, but that is a characteristic of him. And he, just his behavior of the shut up. If he said that once, he said it 10 times.
Shut up!
And the clenched teeth, and the tearing of the cloths and the sheets.
How much time do you think he spent entirely in there?
At least an hour and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
That long?
I think so. Because again, his methodical behavior in the beginning of tearing the sheets and opening up my dresser drawers, it was like he was maybe planning what he was going to do. I wasn't sure because he just took so much time doing that. It wasn't like he rushed down the hall and raped me and left. No, he was very methodical in his behavior.
To me, one thing leaps out about Alicia's story. Her husband was in the military. He was working at a nearby base that morning, and she was in the reserves.
At the time of the rape, he mentioned, you really looked good at the officers' club. Now, maybe he saw a photo of me in my military uniform. Maybe he was going through my drawers and saw an ID card. I don't know the answer to that.
Or did he actually see her at the base? Does this add weight to the theory that the original Nightstalker has some kind of military connection?
Do you feel that he's out there?
You know, I feel that if he's out there, we're gonna get him. He could be in jail, he could be dead. But I feel, and hopefully after this interview, someone's gonna come forward and say, I know who this guy is.
Alicia is one of over 50 rape victims. That we know of. And today she's feeling strong. Not everyone who came in contact with the original Nightstalker can say the same.
For years, I was full of hatred, full of bitterness, full of anger, and full of feelings of revenge. It took a lot of time for me to forgive. And that doesn't mean that I'm forgetting what he did to me. We'll all have the scars, but just to forgive, there is certainly a freedom in that. He doesn't live rent-free in my head anymore.
There may be other survivors who haven't come forward. Do they hold a piece of detail that could break this case?
She did make a point to tell me that he was not well endowed. So what does that tell us about who he is?
Well, you know, I've talked to other serial killers who have told me they have had an issue with being well endowed. So, I mean, this is not news to me. This is not strange to me. I think not being well endowed has definitely created some insecurity and some inferiority in this killer.
But there's more than insecurity going on here. He brutalized his victims. He has a rage against women. This is part of his makeup. So what else made him who he is? I'm reaching further back into the past of this killer to when he was younger, less experienced, less careful.
And for me, the clues are right here on this street. It's all here. The pieces of the puzzle are here, waiting to be put together. He left a trail. It can be found.
The original Nightstalker is by far the smartest serial killer that John Kelly and I have ever encountered. At least 10 murders, over 50 rapes, all meticulously planned. As he killed again and again, he always stayed one step ahead of police. But one thing he can't do is go back in time and fix his mistakes.
The closer you can get to the point of origin where the offender began often yields the highest potential for having identified the offender during the course of the investigation. The offender's younger, he's evolving, he's more inclined to make mistakes.
He was always so careful about his identity. The mask, the gloves. Back in the 1970s and early 80s, he didn't realize that the DNA he was leaving at his crime scenes would become so important. It's so familiar to us today that you forget that forensic DNA testing didn't even begin until 1985. DNA connected many of the original Nightstalker's murders. Each connection offered new evidence. DNA led back to his early rape attacks and the eyewitness accounts of the survivors. And now, DNA may tell us even more.
Well, DNA advances are considerable. Their ancestral information can be determined by DNA. So we're utilizing that as best we can to determine the ancestry, the origin of the offender.
What country did he come from? What country did his parents come from? Forensic scientists are working today to pin that down. And just around the corner is something even bigger.
In the near future, using only their DNA, we may be able to build a physical picture of somebody. Imagine, just like a high-tech version of an identikit sketch. Hair color, eye color, skin color. Could be just years away.
The killer always talked through clenched teeth, trying to disguise his voice. Was he hiding an accent? Was he English or European? DNA might reveal that soon. And I believe there's another clue that could lead in that direction. There's a poem the killer sent to the media when he was just starting out. He called it Excitement's Crave.
All those mortals surviving birth.
Is the devil hiding in the detail here? Odd turns of phrase.
Leisure tips, excitement seeking.
They seem to have their roots in English literature, and other words seem very British to me.
See you in the press or on TV.
You know, you could say that an educated, highly educated man wrote that poem, or you could say that a man went to the library and made himself look highly educated, right? But one thing the poem does tell me that I believe 100%, that this guy is from European roots, because you can't hide who you are. And it's all over that poem.
The original Nightstalker's last murder, that we know of, was Janelle Cruz in 1986. So what has he been doing since then? His DNA doesn't match anyone on the California prison database. So he's not rotting in San Quentin. But is he killing somewhere else? Is he dead? Or did he just stop killing?
Not these guys. They don't stop. Sooner or later, if he's alive, you're gonna hear from him.
There's no way he can stop. Not a serial rapist. That's in the mind, and that you're not gonna change. That's what he has to do.
This case reminds me of the notorious serial killer, Dennis Rader. You might know him by the nickname he gave himself, BTK, bind, torture, kill. He killed 10 people in violent sexual murders from 1974 to 1991. And then he stopped.
Following hours after the arrest were filled with a frenzy of activity.
When he was finally arrested in 2004, 13 years after his last murder, he told police he was planning to kill again. Serial killers can cool off, but they never go cold.
You think he's gonna kill again?
That's a possibility. That's part of, I think, what compels many of us to search and search hard.
Look at Raven. He's a serial killer. And the only thing that stopped him was getting caught. So what does Raven think happened to the original Nightstalker?
I think he got scared. We as killers are scared all the time of being found out. Our biggest fear is being found out.
But that doesn't mean this killer is finished.
As far as cooling off, I mean, I don't think it's really cooled off. And he still thinks about it all the time. He can pretty much just relive his own experiences with people he's already killed. And pretty soon, once it will happen, is that it'll become stagnant. You'll feel a need to go out and do it.
And those that know the original Nightstalker the best, they aren't taking any chances.
Does this guy scare you?
To a certain degree, yes. He's certainly changed the way I live. When you know this case inside out, it affects the way you perceive things. At least it has for me. So I'm a very light sleeper. I'm a heavily armed sleeper. I keep my house, pretty safe.
So who is the original Nightstalker? He has strong connections to his main hunting grounds: Sacramento, Goleta, Irvine. He may have lived or worked in those places. He's a regular-looking guy, not out of place on one of these quiet suburban streets. He's meticulous, careful, may have a military background. He's very athletic. In his personal life, he's not well endowed and has a fetish for bondage. And today, he'd be between 55 and 65 years old.
So, Larry, why is this case so cold?
Oh, it's not cold, it's a hot case now. We have a lot of resources dedicated to the investigation. There are a lot of people working it passionately. It's not a cold case, it's a hot case.
Is it going to be solved?
I believe so. Optimistically, I get up every day believing the solution can come, and can come that day.
It's all here. It's just a matter of that one piece of evidence tying everything together.
That's right. And that one piece of evidence can come in the next moment.
Do you know someone who fits the original Nightstalker profile? Are you a survivor who stayed silent? It's not too late to come forward. We need your help.
That's the only way it's going to be solved. A lot of people during these rapes would hear something and not call in. That's why he got away. Now's the time to call in and follow up on it.
Two young women kissing in a lover's lane.
Strangled with nylon rope, and then while they're still alive, their throats are cut.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Four young couples brutally murdered.
I mean, everyone was killed differently. It's almost like there was an experiment going on.
Apparently, you can kill someone in Virginia and get away with it.
They're the most notorious serial killings in Virginia history.
There's one sick son of a gun out there, that's for sure.
And whoever's responsible could still be out there.
If they don't catch this person, how many other people are they going to kill?
I'm M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
As I started killing again and again, I saw it as a purpose.
Because he is one. October 9, 1986. In Williamsburg, Virginia, 27-year-old naval officer Kathy Thomas prepares for the day.
What time's your exam? 11?
With her girlfriend, 21-year-old business major Becky Dowski.
Are you nervous? I'm prepared.
Kathy only had 2 gay relationships. First with her shipmate, and then that girlfriend introduced Kathy to Rebecca Dowski.
You will be fine.
Kathy's brother Bill recalls the budding romance.
It was a new relationship and one that we knew Kathy was very excited about, and we were very excited about meeting Becky later on that fall.
But while Kathy's family accepts her sexuality, she keeps it a secret from most people.
They were very much on the down low. This was Virginia, the 1980s. It was not okay to be in the Navy and be gay or lesbian. So they were very, very discreet. It's amazing and kind of sad the way we made people live their lives back then.
To get a little privacy, some nights Kathy and Becky drive out to a secluded spot along the Colonial Parkway. It's a historic road that winds through scenic woodlands and waterways between Yorktown and Jamestown. October 9 is one of those evenings.
Kathy and Becky pulled over on the Colonial Parkway at this very pretty spot alongside the river on a pull-off, which is known as a lover's lane.
So who made the first move? You. I think there was a hand on a leg. Oh, something like this.
A young couple in the heady days of a new romance, enjoying the rare chance to express their affections, safe from judgment and prying eyes. At least they thought they were.
Someone approached the car and with a limited struggle seems to have overpowered the two women or perhaps separated the two women and ends up using a variety of techniques to kill them.
Three days later, a jogger finds Kathy's vehicle on the riverbank. This is where it all starts. Colonial Parkway, York River, shattered lives, an unsolved mystery, a car over the embankment, and a jogger just coming by. The first cop on the scene thinks it's a traffic accident until he sees the horror inside.
Both women, Kathy and Becky, are strangled with nylon rope, and then while they're still alive, their throats are cut. And then the two bodies are dumped in my sister's car. And there's a very clumsy attempt made with diesel fuel to set the car on fire. And then what they ended up doing was pushing the car over the embankment. A lot of experts have used the expression overkill. Here you have three different methods used. You've got the rope, the knives, and the attempt to set the car on fire.
There's no sign of robbery or sexual assault. So what was the motive? What kind of monster would butcher these two women, and why? I need to bring in someone who knows monsters. Criminal profiler, John Kelly. The Dowski-Thomas scene, horrific. What does it tell us about our killer here?
When I look at it, it tells me he's inexperienced. He's new. He's just getting started. And he's trying to perfect his method of murder. Okay, this is what he's doing. Think about it. First, he strangles them. He's not sure if it's working. So to make sure, he cuts their throats. So he doesn't have enough confidence in himself. He's just getting started, and he's gonna continue to kill, and he's gonna refine his killing.
Is John Kelly right? Was the killer using Kathy and Becky for practice? I want to get a second opinion from the mouth of a killer. It's time to fetch Raven from his cage. Okay, Raven. The Dowski-Thomas crime scene.
It was really messy. Talk to me about that.
I think this is the first time they killed because it is so messy. An inexperienced kill would mean there'd be an overkill. A lot of people think that murder has to be really violent, and therefore they go at it viciously to make sure that an unresolved happens.
Raven's on board with Kelly's theory. The brutality points to a novice. But what about the attempt to burn the bodies?
I think that's more of a point that, it's personal. Any time where someone has tried to burn a body or so forth, it's because they see the person.
Do you think the killer knew Dowski or Thomas?
I think they knew both of them.
Boom. A crime of passion. It would explain both the violence and the attempt to hide the evidence. In one way, you could say Raven's just playing the averages here. Over 75% of murder victims know their killer. But Kelly thinks there's more to it.
When you look at what he had to go through, or what he decided to go through, to try and hide the bodies, I feel he either knew them or was connected to them in some way. He went through a lot of trouble. There's some kind of connection. He was known to them somehow. If he didn't know them, if there was no connection to him, why didn't he just leave them there and walk away from the car? Why's he got to take the vehicle, put them in the trunk, go through all this trouble to take it to an embankment, try to light it on fire, run it down an embankment, and run it into a river?
It's a strong point. And now I'm thinking, all that effort seems like the work of a guilty mind. Someone who not only knew one of those girls, but loved them. So, were Kathy and Becky's ex-lovers ever investigated?
My sister's first girlfriend was looked at as a suspect, actually quite seriously. She had introduced Kathy and Rebecca Dowski, was taking a class with Rebecca, was with the women on the last night of their lives.
But Kathy's ex is never charged. Becky's former partner is also looked at and cleared. More than 25 years later, the horrific murders remain unsolved. And all the families have left to hold on to are pictures.
She's beautiful.
Oh, thanks. This is one of those portraits from the Naval Academy. She really enjoyed her time there and was very proud of being in the Navy and serving the country.
I know the kind of pain Bill Thomas goes through every day. Because my sister-in-law's killer is still out there, too.
In 1986, Bill Thomas and his family's lives were devastated by the murder of Kathy Thomas. But what they didn't know was that Kathy's case was about to become part of something much, much bigger.
Hi!
Shut up, stay there.
Young lovers Kathy Thomas and Becky Dowski are the first to be brutally murdered in a series of infamous double homicides known as the Colonial Parkway Murders. I'm driving the Parkway now myself, on my way to meet a private investigator who knows these cases like the back of his hand. Steve Spingola, former FBI guy, got a lot of contacts in the FBI. He's worked these cases. He knows a lot. He's got some theories. Can't wait to hear what he has to say.
Mile and a half down, they found a car. And like I said, it was like one of these rest spots, you know. But
Spingola was hired by Bill Thomas to look into the murder of his sister Kathy and her girlfriend Becky.
So what do you think happened, Steve?
Well, Miss Thomas had rope burns around her throat and wrists, indicating that at one point she was bound. Her throat had the deepest slash on the left side, going across to the right ear where the knife was pulled out, indicating the suspect was probably right-handed. There was a clump of hair in her left hand that was sent to the police department for DNA examination. We know from the autopsy the women were not sexually assaulted. It looks like they put up a struggle, but not a major fight. There weren't injuries to their knuckles other than the hair in the hand of Miss Thomas.
To the cops' disappointment, DNA testing provides no match on the hair. And there's no other hard evidence that might identify the killer. The car was out in the elements for 3 days before it was found. That meant fingerprints or other trace evidence may have been lost.
There was also some diesel fuel that was dumped on the car in an attempt to ignite it, but diesel fuel does not ignite at a low temperature. In other words, from something like a match. You would need a source of ignition higher than a match or a lighter. Then the suspect attempted to dump the car, push the car over the embankment, but there was, because of the heavy brush, it was hung up and not able to go into the river.
What are motives? What's on your mind for motives?
Well, I think part of the problem was, back in '86, was that their relationship was not as socially acceptable as it is today. And they were clearly lesbian lovers. I believe that the suspect saw them and was angered by their relationship. And again, when you look at the physical evidence there, the injuries to the throats, it's massive. This is just brutal.
A volcanic rage.
Absolute anger. All the way back on Miss Thomas's neck to the spine where it nicks the spine.
You're sick. You disgust me.
Clearly, this is somebody that had pent-up rage inside of them. Whether the male that's done this, and I believe it's a male, has something against homosexual lovers, or there was just some type of incident in his life in which he became very angry and he reaches out occasionally with extreme violence and kills people.
A hate crime? That's a crime of passion, all right, like Raven said. But maybe this maniac didn't know his victims personally, after all.
One of the things that was looked at is that it may have been a park ranger who was out here. There was a number of complaints against a white male park ranger who had been stopping females and making inappropriate suggestions.
Other strange clues support the ranger theory. The driver's side window on Kathy's car was rolled down, and her driver's license wallet was out, as though she'd been asked for ID. But the park ranger in question is never charged. Then, FBI investigators float another theory. That it could be someone impersonating a ranger, or some other kind of authority figure. A number of suspects are investigated, but no arrests are made. And then, almost a year later, in September 1987, 20-year-old David Knobling and 14-year-old Robin Edwards stop at a rest area, another lover's lane, along the James River. It's only 20 miles south of where Kathy and Becky were killed.
I think they went there to have some sort of a romantic interlude. Somebody walked up on the car. The windows rolled halfway down, like on the driver's side, as if he's talking to somebody. Again, there's been speculation it may have been somebody impersonating themselves as a police officer because of the way the windows rolled down.
They're marched into the woods at gunpoint. You can just imagine their terror. Waiting, wondering. Where is he taking us? Should we run or try to fight him? Is this the end of my life? David and Robin's bodies are found 3 days later, lying in the mud. Is this the same guy who killed Kathy and Becky? Do you think these cases are connected?
Yeah, I definitely believe these cases were connected. I mean, you've got romance, you've got couples. I'm looking at them being in a pretty much out of the way or secluded area.
Okay.
being in a car, and I'm also looking at a serial killer with this jealous rage. He either can't have a relationship or he is in a relationship where his emotional needs are not being satisfied.
So when he spots somebody in a romantic setting, and maybe they're embracing, kissing, whatever, that rage just comes out of him.
Absolutely. He's so angry. He doesn't care if they're heterosexual. He doesn't care if they're homosexual. It's all about the passion.
He's driving down the parkway. It's at night. It's dark. He can see the reflection of the moon off the York River, and he spots a couple engaged in a kiss. What does he do?
At that point in time, he starts to really become excited. He's getting closer to his victims of choice. He's getting closer to destroying their lives, their romance, the relationship. If he can't have any type of emotional relationship with anyone, why should they? And he gets extremely excited because now he's closing in on the kill.
So now let's talk about what doesn't connect them. We have a method of murder in the first case here of slicing the neck and strangulation. And then we have this guy shooting. Do serial killers do that? Do they go from strangling and stabbing to using a handgun?
He's evolving. He's experimenting on human beings on how to kill them to find his most preferred method of murder.
Kelly's been a profiler for over 20 years, so the guy knows his stuff. Still, for me, I'm not so sure whether these two cases are connected. In the historic colonial parklands of Virginia, a killer targets couples in their cars at night. One theory is he's posing as a ranger or a cop to dupe his victims.
Step out of the car, sir. I think it is someone who presents themselves as an authority figure because of the control that's taken place.
I mean, it's easy to get a badge on the internet or in a magazine or at a cop store.
Could be a wannabe cop. You know, someone that couldn't make the grade in law enforcement, couldn't get past the psych test. One thing we know, we've got a lot of rage here. We've got a lot of rage, a lot of violence, we've got a lot of murders.
Criminal profiler John Kelly thinks the killer's jealous of the young lovers he attacks.
But he's angry, he's enraged at it. He can't have that in his life. He's unhappy with his life.
But could there be another reason why he targets couples? Me, I want to hear what Raven thinks.
The couple is an easy prey because the woman will tell the boyfriend to do what he asks or I'll get hurt. The one wants to protect the other. That's what we're not going to do anything stupid. Look at Son of Sam, right? Son of Sam's good couple.
Son of Sam, David Berkowitz, killed 6 people and wounded 7 in 1976 and 1977. Just like this killer on the Parkway, most of his victims were couples, surprised while sitting in their cars.
The people of the city of New York can rest easy this morning because of the fact that the police have captured a man whom they believe to be the Son of Sam.
Son of Sam got caught. But here in Virginia, there would be no resting easy for young lovers on the Parkway. Because in 1988, it happened again. On April 9, 20-year-old Keith Call is at a college party with 18-year-old Cassandra Haley.
He was out on his first date with Cassandra, Sandy, and they had had some classes together.
Keith's big sister, Joyce, remembers the time.
I think that was prom.
She was 26 then. just 6 years older than Keith. But these days, she recalls him as a mother might a son.
He looked happy there.
He did. He was very happy. Loved life.
Keith is studying computer science at college. His whole life ahead of him.
He had a couple girlfriends, but he had had one that he had been dating for like 2 years. And they had broke up like 2 weeks before this happened.
Sandy's the first girl he's asked out since.
She was a very attractive young lady, and she had a lot of friends. She was fun-loving, really cute, young lady, and she had everything going for her, too.
Keith has promised Sandy's parents he'll have her home by 2 a.m. Sometime around 1:30, they leave together. Early the next morning, Keith's dad is on his way to work on the Colonial Parkway.
He saw Keith's car there on the parkway. So he pulled over and he stopped. And the driver's side door was wide open. And the glove box was open. And the keys were in the car. And another thing was that the front seat was pulled forward.
So like somebody smaller than Keith drove that car.
Yes. My dad thought maybe he had just went off with some friends and left his car there, or either they had walked down to the beach. And he said that, that is not like him to do something like that.
In a move he'll come to regret, Keith's dad shakes off his worry and heads on to work. About 2 hours later, a park ranger on his morning patrol reports the car abandoned.
I get a phone call from my mother, and she sounds kind of frantic. And she said, Joy, you gotta meet me down at the parkway. Park rangers called and they said that Keith's car is down there. And so I jump in the car and I'm going across a bridge and I get this terrible feeling in my gut. I don't know what it was. We go down the parkway and I come around the corner and I see this yellow caution tape blocking the entrance to where his car was.
Investigators at the scene find some of Keith and Sandy's clothes in the car. They believe the couple may have gone skinny dipping and drowned.
They were all walking hand in hand, trying to find if there were any bodies in the water.
But something doesn't add up.
Was Keith ever known to go swimming in the York River?
Not when it's 40 degrees and you have to go down a high bluff to get there in the middle of the night, no.
So if they didn't go swimming, what the hell happened?
What was really strange was some of Keith's clothes, his underwear, his watch, his eyeglasses, Cassandra's wallet and a bra and one shoe. They weren't in there when my dad stopped the first time.
So let me get this straight. They were in there when the cops came later?
Yes.
But your father reports that they weren't in there when he stopped.
No, and that would have freaked him out. That's something he would notice.
Damn right you'd notice. It's the kind of disturbing detail that makes your mind go places you don't want it to go. Tormented by such thoughts, Joyce and her family join the desperate search for Keith and Sandy.
We're out there looking everywhere, and just on adrenaline, you know, running blindly, whatever we can do that makes us feel like we're doing something to find him, to find her.
A tides expert tells police if the bodies are in the river, it'll take them a few days to surface. And sure enough, 4 days later, they find a body. But it's not Keith or Sandy. It's a middle-aged man who fell off a boat days earlier. Their hopes dashed, the family resumes the search.
Joyce, when did you start to feel that this is a fruitless search? My brother's body's not going to be found.
Well, actually, it took a while. It took a while before I would really let that enter into my mind. I just had to keep thinking that we're going to find, you know, we're going to find him. We're going to find him.
But despite extensive searches over 2 decades, Keith and Sandy's remains have never been found.
To watch our parents mourn, I mean, they were devastated. My mother, you know, bless her heart, could barely, you know, come out of his room for a while. We know they're dead, you know, but then you don't even know what happened to them. You don't know where their bodies are, and you don't know what they went through before they were killed. I hope that their remains will be found. I hope they will. I have to have hope. And more than that, I hope that we find who did it so they can be held accountable.
I've got just a one-word answer to that. Amen. But are we looking for one killer for all 3 couples? What connects them? Who is this guy? And as if we needed any more unanswered questions, what happens next is the most mysterious turn yet. I'm at the York River Overlook on the Colonial Parkway in Virginia, where Keith Call's vehicle was found abandoned on April 10, 1988. But what we know is the last time Keith Call and Cassandra Haley were seen was at a party, but their vehicle was found parked right up there, the door open, wallet out, window half down. What does that say? Like the first 2 couples killed, looks like maybe Keith and Sandy were also pulled over or asked to show ID.
I got my license, I don't know what's going on.
It fits the theory that the Parkway killer could be posing as a cop or ranger. I want to see what Raven thinks.
It'd be very easy to fail on a normal John Jane Doe driving down the road thinking they're pulled up by a cop. I mean, we're naive. We see someone lights on the back, we assume right off the back that it's police officer.
Raven agrees. It's a credible scenario for all 3 of the cases. But with Keith and Sandy, it ends differently. Their bodies are never found.
We killers, we drive around and we find places to throw the body. In this case, the killer might very well have taken enough time to bury them, and they may be there right in plain sight, nobody sees them. I found sometimes the best place to do it is out in the open in an open field with just a shallow grave. There's a lot of luck involved in finding something that someone wants to put away and not be found.
Is it really just luck? Or is the Parkway killer getting smarter with each victim? Police would have to wait more than a year to find out. On September 5, 1989, in Amelia County, Virginia, 21-year-old Dan Lauer loads the trunk of his car.
You ready to go?
Yep, got the essentials.
With him is 18-year-old Anna Phelps, the girlfriend of Dan's older brother, Clinton. After a lot of coaxing, Anna and Clinton have convinced Dan to come live with them in Virginia Beach.
like I said, the essentials.
Earlier that night, Anna had shared a secret with her other brother, William.
She pulled me aside and was telling me that, hey, Clinton and I we're thinking about getting married. And she was asking me what I thought of that, and I told her, I said, if it makes you happy, that's all that matters.
Dan is moving away from his parents for the first time. Anna is about to get hitched. They're excited and optimistic as they hit the road around 11 p.m.
I was on the phone to my buddy.
It's 150 miles east to Virginia Beach.
Okay, I'm not giving you this.
And into the thrilling unknown of new beginnings.
Can't even grip it.
They play music, chat, and laugh. Never imagining the terrible fate that awaits them. As I drive that same stretch of road myself, Interstate 64, I imagine how Dan must have felt. He's driving down the road, out of the nest. He's heading into this new life to live with his brother and his brother's girlfriend. He's got all his belongings in the car, cassette tapes, books, all his clothes, stuff. The world is just this, it's opened up to him, endless possibilities. But there's something following behind him, and he doesn't even realize it. Darkness, evil. It's shadowing Dan, and he's about to run into it. Early the next day, Anna's mom gets the first bad omen. Anna hasn't called to say they arrived in Virginia Beach.
When are you expecting to hear from her again?
At least the next day. She called Mom all the time, every day.
And what happens?
Red flags went up. Mom called the police.
Hours later, another bad sign. Dan's car is found, but there's no sign of Dan or Anna.
We knew something was up. They found the car. They're not around. She hasn't called. Something's going on.
The car's location only deepens the mystery.
We get reports that the car is found on the westbound side, but they're headed east.
The car's at a rest stop in New Kent County, barely 60 miles from where they set off. And why is it on the wrong side of the road?
And what do they find inside the car?
Everything that they had, all their belongings, and all their stuff was in there. Her purse was in the car, money was in the car.
But there's a curious item missing. A woolen blanket of Dan's. Plus, another tantalizing clue. A roach clip belonging to Anna was left hanging on the window. Almost like it had been carefully placed there. A search is launched.
Immediately when they found the car, they had the dogs out looking for them.
But there's no sign of Anna or Dan. 6 long weeks pass, and still nothing. And then, 2 hunters are walking an old logging road, about 3 miles from the rest stop, and the family's worst fears are realized.
They had found the remains, and I was just in total shock. And I don't know how long I was there with just, basically my mouth open. I was in shock. I couldn't believe it. And my cousin happened to be there, and he just, he just put his arm around me. As soon as he did, I just broke down and just cried. This can't be real. This is not happening.
The bodies are covered with Dan's missing blanket. A forensic team examines every leaf, every grain of soil, hunting for clues to the killer. They find blood spatter and pieces of Anna's fingernails, and signs that the actual murder location was back down the logging road. Weeds on the undercarriage of Dan's car match vegetation near the murder site, suggesting the killer used the car to dump the bodies. and then abandoned it back at the rest area. It could explain why the vehicle was left in the westbound rest stop. Everything a killer does tells us something about who he is. Every decision is driven by his personality. Raven knows this all too well. So I want to ask him, why did the killer of Dan Lauer and Anna Phelps take them so deep into the woods?
He may not be familiar with those woods, but he probably feels very comfortable in the woods. You know, once they get 50 feet off the roadway, nobody's going to see what's going on. A hunter would do that normally.
Well, the victims they found in the woods were just kind of dumped. Why wouldn't he bury them? Why didn't you bury your victims?
Well, I felt burying the victims was ludicrous. You're spending too much time with the bodies. Even though you're in a secluded area, you're still having to deal with the unknown. You might be familiar with the woods, but you may not be familiar with who lives in the woods. I remember a case where a guy took this woman out into the hills and he set the body on fire, thinking, oh yeah, they get rid of the body. But little did he know that this fire could be seen by 10 miles away, and they called the fire department, and he was immediately apprehended. Had he not get the time to burn the body, he would have probably got away with it. So why spend all that extra time with the body when he can just dump the body and leave? And everyone that comes in contact with this body between you and it becomes a suspect before you are.
Dan's remains are too decomposed to determine the cause of death, but an autopsy reveals Anna was stabbed.
What do you miss most about Anna?
There's so many things. I mean, just her presence, because she walked into a room, she would light it up. I mean, she was very funny. The jokes, the comical stuff that she would do, make you laugh.
Boy, this case, it's starting to take its toll on me. For Dan and Anna, the world was full of hope and possibilities. Horizons stretching out before them. And then, terror, darkness. But at least, after their tragic deaths, the Colonial Parkway murders stopped. Or did they? 4 double homicides over 3 years. They call them the Colonial Parkway murders. Are they the work of one diabolical serial killer? Someone posing as a cop or ranger? Prowling Lover's Lane, creeping up on couples when they least expect it.
Step out of the car, sir. You too, man.
What seems to be the problem, officer?
I said step out of the car.
It's a storyline fit for Hollywood. But is the truth more complicated?
When I went out there, what I noticed was they weren't as close together, these murders, as I had originally thought. Does that make a difference for you?
You know, it does and it doesn't. I mean, we do have some distance there, but we know this is kind of a pretty rural area, too.
Sure.
So there is some traveling that needs to take place.
Sure.
We know that serial killers will troll for miles and miles to find the victim or victims of choice. So that really doesn't play a big, big role with me as far as me believing that they're not connected. I have to believe they are connected.
I'm heading back to where it all started, where the first victims were found, to meet again with former homicide detective turned private investigator, Steve Spingola. He knows these cases better than most, so what's his take?
Are these cases connected?
I don't think that they are. I don't think they're related. There has been a large number of investigative resources placed into these cases. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to find any DNA evidence that links all of the cases, much less any two of the cases in any of the examinations that we've conducted.
And there's the problem. These cases seem so similar, but without hard evidence, we can't know for sure if they're all the work of one killer, let alone catch him. But Spingola's optimistic because there's another case, not normally grouped in the Parkway murders, that could provide a break. May 1996, Shenandoah National Park, west of Richmond, Virginia. 24-year-old Julie Williams and 26-year-old Lolly Winans are camping along the Southern Appalachian Trail. The trip is a dream come true for a young couple in love. A chance to be alone in the Virginia wilderness.
They had taken off a couple of weeks from work, and they were actually going to be hiking throughout the park. They were out of contact with friends and relatives, no cell phone, no internet.
But they're not alone. Someone is stalking them. And their happiness, their love, and their lives are about to be destroyed.
Their bodies were recovered near the Skyline Lodge in the park. Both had been also stabbed in the neck, their throats slit. No signs of sexual assault, no signs of robbery.
It seems their killer didn't want sex or money. So what was the motive? Spingola thinks it's a hate crime.
You're sick. You disgust me.
Just like the murders of Kathy Thomas and Becky Dowski. They seem similar.
They are. The wounds are very similar. They're both cut from left to the right, deep wounds.
Julie and Lolly were bound with ligatures and had their throats slit, the same as Kathy and Becky.
I clearly think the Thomas, Dowski, and Williams, Winans homicides are related because of the injuries, because of the similar MOs of the perpetrator.
So I love Steve Spingola's theory about the connection Thomas, Dowski, Winans, Williams. It makes sense to me. What makes sense is that a serial killer leaves a signature, and there's definitely a signature in those two cases that could possibly connect them. I like that.
Recently, the FBI met personally with the victims' families and made a promise to retest evidence and start a top-to-bottom review of all the cases. For families who have been waiting years for answers, it wasn't a moment too soon.
I'm more hopeful now than I've ever been before because after the FBI began putting resources back into the case, we've actually made some progress.
With new life in the investigation, we can start to find the truth amongst the theories. Is it one guy posing as a cop? A maniac who hates lesbians? Or any couple in love? Or are there several killers out there?
I've been thinking about the connections in this Colonial Parkway case. I've spoken to the families. They don't care if it's a serial killer or not. They just want justice. They want closure. They want the pain to go away.
All the family members want to find out what happened to their loved ones. And, you know, how do you just give up? You can't. They're our flesh and blood.
These were 10 people in our society that could have been future leaders, good students. I mean, from the Naval Academy, people that protected the land you and I are standing on right now, and they're murdered. And we aren't able to go out and solve those. That just bothers me because these families, when you listen to them and they cry 25 years later, the tears are just as real now as they were 25 years ago.
You just learn to deal with it. You learn to accept it But the thing was, it's just hard to deal with sometimes, because you think about all the, the fun times you had, just a lot of the fun things, and then all of a sudden you come down to the truth that, she's not around anymore. Somebody took her from you, and they're walking around free. They killed her and got away with it.
For the victim's sake, and so their families can get some justice.
In the police academy, they tell you not to take this stuff personal.
A murder that even the toughest cop can't forget.
You can't go to a crime scene like that and not take it personal.
A murder that tears out a mother's heart.
He said, Grandma, Mommy's dead.
Serial killers don't just stalk the highways at night. They're watching you on a sunny afternoon at the mall. And when you get in the car, they're waiting.
Get in the car!
Do what I tell you to do, or I'm going to kill your son.
I'm M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
As I started killing again and again, I saw it as a purpose.
Because he is one. It's the Christmas shopping season in Boca Raton, Florida, 2007. 2 weeks till Santa Claus arrives, and 7-year-old Joey Boquicchio can hardly contain herself. Joey and her mom, Nancy, are at the mall. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it's time to go home. But as they return to their car, they walk straight into a killer's deadly trap. Boca Raton, sun, surf, shopping, retirement. What a place to live. Opulence and wealth. But there's something else here. An evil. A serial killer of the worst kind. Why? Because he not only kills people, he preys on women and children. Nancy and Joey Boquicchio never made it home from their shopping trip. They were found shot dead in the mall parking lot later that night. And they weren't this predator's first victims. 18 months earlier, 52-year-old mother of two, Randy Gorenberg, went shopping at the same mall. She drove a black SUV, just like Nancy Boquicchio. Again, it was broad daylight. She was carjacked and shot. Her body dumped in a nearby park. And there was a third attack. A mother and child kidnapped at gunpoint. But in this case, the killer chose to let them go. So I've got a few puzzles to solve. Are these cases connected? Is this a budding serial killer? What kind of monster targets women and children in a shopping mall? And when will he strike again? There'll be no time to get a tan on this trip to the Sunshine State. I'm not walking through a back alley somewhere, or on a lonely stretch of highway, or running through the woods at night. I'm walking through a shopping mall parking lot. It's a normal place. People come here to socialize, meet friends, shop. But you know what it is in this case? It's a hunting ground. But why hunt at the mall? It's crowded, open, sunny. This doesn't fit with our image of a monster trolling for victims in the darkness.
This is a serial's paradise. I mean, you know, this guy's blending in like a chameleon. He's watching everything.
That's John Kelly, criminal profiler, my colleague. Somehow Kelly manages to make everything scary, even shopping at the mall.
I mean, think about it. It's the perfect stalk, the perfect hunt. All he has to do is sit there and be patient and focus in on his victim of choice.
We don't know who we're parking next to at the mall.
No, you never know.
We don't know who we're walking past at the mall.
Exactly, and you don't know who's watching at the mall either.
When the mall isn't safe anymore, I gotta start wondering, is anywhere safe? Do serial killers really hang out here? Let's ask one. Raven. He's a guy who won't ever be going to the mall again. Okay, Raven, let me start by asking you, why a shopping mall?
A lot of people come and go to it. I used to hang out in bars myself. I sit and watch people walk by all the time. A mall is like, you know, the garden. It's full of people coming and going. And you sit down and watch people without other people worrying that you're sitting there watching them.
There you go. For a serial killer, a shopping mall is like a Garden of Eden. But why would a killer take the risk of hunting out in the open? Raven's got something there. And it's even more than just believing that nothing bad happens out in the open. I mean, look at these streets. Big, beautiful houses, nice cars. Boca Raton feels comfortable. It feels safe. This isn't Murder City.
Boca's in an affluent area. It has a relatively low crime rate. From any way you look at it, this case was abnormal. You know, we don't get a lot of robberies. We don't get a lot of violent crimes. In fact, we have a very low violent crime rate.
Captain Matthew Duggan of the Boca Raton PD has been hunting the mall killer for 5 years now.
We've followed up on nearly 2,000 leads because we're going to follow up on everything. We're not going to let travel. We're not going to let time. We're not going to let anything hold us back from our goal to solve this case. We're that committed.
And Captain Duggan has a lead for me. The survivor of the third attack. For safety, her identity remains hidden, so we'll call her Jane Doe. I'm convinced that her story will help us build a profile of this killer. I've just got to track her down. I'm in Florida, soaking up a little sunshine. But like most places I go, there's darkness waiting around the next corner. So here in Boca Raton, you know, you've got the gated communities. You've got these high walls around the properties, security, alarm systems. So what does our serial killer do here? he adapts. He goes out and he attacks when they're most vulnerable and their guard is down. At a shopping mall. Makes sense. We're all vulnerable, and no one assumes that their life will be torn apart by murder. But it happens. Believe me, it happens.
We get to the house, and I see police cars all around, and men standing all around. I said, oh my God, what's going on?
Ida Elias remembers the day her grandson ran to her with some terrible news.
And I get out of the car. He comes running towards me. Grandma, Mommy's dead. And I said, what? He said, Mommy's dead.
No parent wants to outlive their child. Ida Elias had to experience that horror, burying her daughter, Randy Gorenberg.
She was a considerate, wonderful, helpful, dutiful, loving daughter. You know, when she smiled, it was genuine. All that this girl wanted was to be a good mother. And she was.
It's just after 1 p.m. on March 23rd, 2007. Randy Gorenberg is finishing up her shopping at the Town Center Mall in Boca Raton. As she walks into the parking lot, something goes horribly wrong. Somehow, someone takes control of Randy in her car. Half an hour later, her black SUV pulls up at a park 6 miles away.
There were people in the Civic Center that heard the gunshots. And they ran out, and they saw a body coming out of the door of the SUV. They left her body, and they drove away in a rush.
Randy was shot twice in the head, like an execution.
She didn't die of natural causes. She was murdered. She was shot in the head, gangster style. Maybe she was at the wrong place at the wrong time. There's so many thoughts that go through my head. I have spent sleepless days and nights. And I just hope before I die they figure it out, because I want to know why.
Randy Gorenberg was a loving wife and a devoted mother of 2.
To my daughter Randy, my dear, who made
While her mother Ida waits for answers, she deals with the grief as best she can, writing to her daughter every day.
That power of love. I find myself pining for you more and more and more. You were always so motivated, so inspiring. I miss that quality. All your friends.
Ida, do you believe that Randy is hearing this?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Me too. I believe that.
I can't believe you're not here. My Randy.
The police at the Randy Gorenberg crime scene found that her shoes and purse were missing. But she was still wearing a Cartier watch, plus an expensive diamond ring and necklace. Her black SUV was later found abandoned behind a nearby store. So let's look at the pattern in these cases. We've got 2 women shopping at the same mall, driving black SUVs, shot to death. What does it all mean?
Let me ask you something. Do you think he chose the mall first, and then he sat and he waited for the perfect victim?
Absolutely. The mall is very important. Affluent mall, affluent vehicle, affluent victim. Money.
And why black SUVs?
Easier to hide in, especially if the windows are tinted.
Right.
Nobody's gonna give it a second look. Slouch down in the back. Who's gonna see him? Again, he's very concerned about not being seen. It's perfect concealment. You look like any other shopper. Anybody else that pulls in next to you, they're on their way into the mall, so they're not even giving you a second look.
The black SUVs suggest planning. He's thought this out carefully. The car has to be just right, or he won't attack. And then there's the gun. An unusual weapon for a serial killer. It's a good question for Raven. He didn't like guns much. Why shoot them? Why not slit their necks or strangle them?
He probably has history. He's aware of what it takes to kill. He's probably very versed at it. To slice him, you have blood spray. It goes everywhere. To shoot him, it's a one-shot deal. The heart stops, blood quits pumping, and there's a puddle, sure, but it doesn't have no spray to it.
And shooting? It's a little less personal. There's less emotion than a hands-on murder. Could it be that this killer isn't attacking women out of hate or some twisted sex drive? Are they just easy targets for him to overpower? I need more details. And on December 12th, 2007, 10 months after the murder of Randy Gorenberg, there's another killing at the mall.
What are you doing?
This one is full of details. Horrible details. December 2007. It's been another frenetic day of pre-Christmas shopping at the Town Center Mall in Boca Raton, Florida. And as midnight approaches, the guards do their final checks of the parking lot. There's something very odd about a black SUV parked at the back of the lot.
Security guard found the door open. The door was open and the car was running. And when he looked in, he was horrified.
Guys, we got a problem down here. I need someone.
But when the police came, two of the detectives and the captain had a daughter exactly the same age as Joey, so they were beside themselves. They never saw anything like that in Boca. They never, it was the worst thing that ever happened, the worst crime.
The worst crime? That doesn't even begin to say it. And there's a reason Joanne Bruno can't find the words to describe this. She's talking about the cold-blooded murder of her younger sister, Nancy Bochicchio, and Nancy's 7-year-old daughter, Joey.
Police believe they were carjacked. At some point, they were bound with plastic zip ties and shot to death.
They didn't find my sister till 11:30 that night. God only knows how long he had them, or how long they were parked in that parking lot. They found them in the parking lot with the doors open.
At that point at night, it was the only car there. It was sitting alone in a parking lot, and it just looked so isolated and so lonely.
On the scene that night was Captain Matthew Duggan of the Boca Raton PD.
It sounds dramatic, but sometimes you close your eyes and you see what happened, what that crime scene looked. I look at my kids sometimes. You know, my daughters are the same age as what Joey would have been. You have to personalize a case like this because it's why we do this job.
Joey Bochicchio, only 7 years old, full of life, just like her mom.
Nancy, she wanted a little girl all her life. That's something she always wanted, was a little girl.
The doctors had told Nancy she'd never have kids. They told her not to go through with Joey's pregnancy. But Nancy had a feeling it would be okay. And Joey came out perfect.
There wasn't a thing wrong with her. She was healthy, beautiful, smart. They were always singing together. You knew she was in the room. There was a presence when Nancy came. And Joey was the same. There was a presence about them.
Nancy and Joey's trip to the mall that day was like any other. The pair were captured on the mall's security cameras.
We see them walking together through the mall. We were able to trace some of their purchases that day. There was nothing out of the ordinary. They got something to eat, did a little bit of shopping.
Just after 3 p.m., Nancy and Joey are seen walking out of the mall towards the parking lot, out of view of the security cameras.
So imagine you come out of the mall, right? You're with your child. You get into the vehicle, you're laughing, you're talking. You put the key in the ignition. You go to start the car, and somebody puts a gun to the back of your head. You turn around, your daughter's strapped in, but there's this guy next to her, and he's holding her hostage. And you're gonna do exactly what he says.
Go, go.
They left the mall at 3:11. Several minutes later, the local sheriff's office gets a 911 phone call from the victim's cell phone.
What are you doing? Do you want to die? Huh?
There's no answer on the line, and it hangs up immediately.
A few minutes after that, a withdrawal is made from a nearby drive-through ATM. $500.
What happened after that is somewhat of a mystery. But what we do know is that we have some eyewitnesses that can place the victim's vehicle back at the mall within an hour of leaving the mall.
And by then, under the bright Florida sun, Nancy and Joey were dead.
They were shot at point-blank range. They were basically executed.
Nancy's abandoned black SUV tells a terrifying story about this crime and this killer.
There was a pair of handcuffs on the mother, and there were also some goggles on her that were blacked out.
And Nancy's neck had been zip-tied to the headrest.
The preparation and the forethought into committing these crimes and deciding to take these bindings with him, it shows me, a lot of planning on his part.
This killer had come prepared. So let's go through this. So carefully planned, so high risk. Was it a thrill kill, or was this guy killing for the money?
It's all about the money.
So what's he doing with that money?
He's taking that money and he's using it to buy his creature comforts, whatever that may be. Drugs, cars, gambling.
So you don't think the money was a cover for just his love of killing?
No way, because he spent too much time at that ATM withdrawing that money. That money was extremely important to him. The only reason that they left that ATM is because she hit her limit, or he would have continued to have that machine spit money out.
I mean, you would kill a woman and her kid, right? For a couple of $100?
Yeah, these people don't think in terms like that. As long as the means justifies the end and they have the cash, that's all they care about. Their gratification, you know that.
And you just pray you never come in contact with one of them.
Absolutely, because the only thing that matters to them is them and their gratification.
But what about those bindings and goggles? So precise, so particular. John Kelly is keen to ask Raven about that.
Raven, can you tell me what the securing was inside the vehicles with the goggles and the straps and everything? Was that ritualistic, or was that part of criminal's MO?
Well, I imagine it to blind them, and also so other people couldn't see the terror in their eyes when they're going down the road. My first victim, I killed her, and the first thing I did was I set her in the front seat of my car and left her sitting up, leaning against the window, even though she's a bloody mess. But it was late at night. And I drove down the road in town, knowing full well that people could probably see this. But I thought, well, they see her sitting in the car, and they would not assume that she was in danger or dead. They would assume she just was asleep against the window. And then I got it to where I wanted to go, and I turned the body away.
It's shocking, but that's how serial killers think. Murder is just a matter of fact. Raven doesn't feel the horror that we feel. Just like the mall killer. That's why he can shoot a mother and daughter and simply move on to his next victim.
Boca Raton. You got your scooters, you got your walkers, you got your striped sweatpants, you got golfing.
Driving around in the heat down here, I've been turning over all the angles in this case, and it keeps coming back to the victim who got away, Jane Doe. What did she see? How did she survive? I put in a few calls since I hit Florida, and I found someone who can tell me about her case. It's her attorney, a guy called Skip Campbell.
She's terrified every single day, total fear. And she's constantly looking over her shoulder. Any place that she goes, she fears that this fellow might show up and do something harmful to her or her son.
Jane Doe's day of horror began the same way Randy Gorenberg's did. The same way Nancy and Joey Bochicchio's began. A trip to the town center mall, a little shopping, then back to her car, which is a black SUV.
Mama! What's wrong?
Get in the car. Get in the car!
She gets back in the car, and he's there in the back seat. He has the gun, and he says, you gotta do what I tell you to do, or I'm gonna kill your son.
Get in the car.
Jane's son is only 2 years old.
He tells her to drive to an ATM machine, which is located about a block away from the shopping mall, and tells her to withdraw money. And she starts withdrawing money.
At $600, she reaches her limit for the day. So he tells her to drive on. All the while, she is fighting a desperate battle to save her son's life. No one expects this kind of attack in broad daylight. No one believes that will happen.
You're parked here. You're caught totally off guard. The attack is unexpected because you go to a mall to shop, not to be abducted. Is that why this guy chooses malls?
And hunting for victims in their cars tells me something else.
Well, it tells me that he can easily confine his victim or victims. He can easily gain control over them, and that's his game here. His game is to gain control as fast as he can, get those doors closed, and get out of here.
There's another factor in play here. A child in the car in 2 of these attacks. Why target a mother and child?
The child's perfect leverage. Maybe the woman won't follow his orders and do what he says, But if he's got a gun on her child, she's gonna do whatever he wants and she's gonna follow his orders. He'll have complete control of her. So when he's in his stalking pattern, he's focusing on a mother coming out with a child. And especially if it's a black SUV, then he's on the move. He's gonna move quickly.
So what you're telling me is, as I think about it, you have the wife with the child shopping, and her man is at work. And our guy likely knows this, right?
He feels he's not gonna run into resistance. It's gonna be an easier target all the way around. Mother, child.
No husband.
No husband. Take advantage. Use the child as leverage. She'll do what you want.
It's August 2007. People are going about their daily lives in Boca Raton, Florida. Driving to lunch, heading to the mall, going to the gym.
Please, just don't hurt my boy, okay? Please.
Do as I say.
They have no idea
they've
they've just driven past a young woman fighting for her life and the life of her son.
Hey.
Okay.
At that point in time, she's thinking, this is it. And she felt that she and her son were going to get killed at that point in time.
A carjacker has just forced Jane Doe to pull into a quiet parking lot behind a local restaurant. She thinks he's about to kill her.
Get out of the car.
Okay.
But he's only beginning to turn up the terror.
He gets her in the back seat, puts a zip tie around her neck, puts on some sunglasses that have tape over it, and binds her arms.
His name's James.
The zip tie was around the neck and around the headrest in the car.
He takes over the driving. They move on. And Jane Doe's do-or-die struggle for her son's life resumes.
What are you doing now?
She's talking to him to calm him down.
What is she saying?
Things like, don't hurt my son.
He's just such a little boy. He's done nothing to you.
And he actually said something nice about, you have a good boy here.
I love him so much.
So she was talking mostly about her son and trying to make him realize that these were human beings.
Human beings sitting in that SUV, calmly talking to that killer. Boy, Jane Doe, she sat on the cusp of life and death. If you can get a serial killer to remember that you're a fellow human, a person with loved ones, with family.
His name is James. Look at him. He's just sleeping.
Maybe that gives you a chance. Because most of the time, these serial killers, they don't see human beings. They see targets, things to use, to kill, to discard, just like trash.
After an hour or so, they return to where this ordeal began, the parking lot at the mall.
During this period of time, and he actually changes the sunglasses to kind of like swimming goggles with tape over it.
Jane Doe wonders again, is this the end? And in a way, it is. Because he decides to let her go.
He tells her, call your husband, tell him to come pick you up because your car broke down. And it's at that point in time also, he says, if I see my description anywhere, you're in trouble because I know who you are.
When the cops come, I want you to tell them I'm short, fat, and black.
And that's when he told her to give a description which was not the description of what he actually looked like.
I promise.
With that, he leaves her. Jane Doe doesn't listen to his instructions. She gives police a solid description.
He was wearing a floppy hat, had sunglasses on, was Caucasian, possibly Hispanic, had curly brown hair, and he had a ponytail, which was about 6 inches long.
Jane Doe survived something almost no one does. She was in a serial killer's clutches. He was poised to kill, and he changed his mind. Why? It makes me wonder, did Raven ever get that close and change his mind?
No, I did not. No, there's no way. I would tell my victim while I was killing them that I was a murderer and I had walked away with this before. I basically gave them enough information to prosecute me at a later time, so that kept me online to kill them.
So was there ever any sympathy for his victims?
That's a hard question. They have a plight. I understand their plight. I just really didn't care at the time what they really thought, one way or the other. But there was kind of like this compulsion that kind of takes over. Once I made my mind up that this person was going to die, they're going to die.
Jane Doe was so close to death. But something in her kidnapper's makeup helped her change his mind.
By talking to this guy and humanizing him, she saved her life and her son's life, didn't she, Kelly?
She was able to establish rapport with this guy. He really wanted to trust her. I mean, this is deep inside of him. He has not been able to trust various people, and probably mostly women, throughout his life. Right. But there's always been this need or want or hope that at some point he could trust a woman. Interesting. But what happens is she turns around, gets with the cops, gets with the sketch artist, and does a sketch on him, and he sees himself on TV that night. He's been betrayed. He's been betrayed. That's not gonna happen again. He's not trusting again.
I'm in Boca Raton, Florida. In 2007, this town was terrorized by a killer who struck right where we shopped, at the mall.
He is a serial killer, in my opinion, who probably has a drug habit. He is somebody that probably will do this again, given the right opportunity. He has to be caught. He has to be stopped.
On the surface, the murders look very similar. Two women driving black SUVs are carjacked from the same shopping mall parking lot and shot, one with her 7-year-old daughter.
What's wrong?
Get in the car. Get in the car!
A third woman is carjacked with her 2-year-old son.
Go to a drive-through ATM.
She's robbed and let go. But some of the fine details in these attacks just don't add up. The killer used zip ties, handcuffs, and darkened goggles in 2 of the attacks. But nothing like that was found with the first victim, Randy Gorenberg.
Shut up!
And unlike the others, she wasn't brought back to the mall parking lot. Her murder feels different.
Randy Gorenberg was abducted just in the next town over from here, close by. But yet her body is dumped right here where I'm standing. Middle of the day. And I have to ask myself, why? Why would her killer choose to dump her body where there's security everywhere, people all over, and it's so busy? Why would he do that? Why would he do that? This is not the place to dump a body if you're a serial killer during the middle of the day. It's just not.
I know that Gorenberg had been shopping at the mall the day she was murdered. She also drove a black SUV. But beyond that, we found no similarities whatsoever.
So where does that leave us? More than one killer has stalked the town center mall parking lot. Randy Gorenberg? Her murder feels like an execution. Was she targeted? Who wanted her killed? And why? Right now, that remains a mystery. Then there's the killer of Nancy and Joey Bochicchio, and the abductor of Jane Doe and her son.
What's wrong?
Get in the car.
Gotta be the same guy.
Both victims were driving SUVs, dark SUVs. Both victims had children with them. Both victims had been shopping at that mall. And both victims were tied up in a very similar manner. And more than that, a unique manner.
So the question is, which crime is the unusual one for this guy? The murder or the robbery? There's a key clue at the crime scene in the Bochicchio murder. The toy handcuffs that were used on Nancy, they had been broken. Did Nancy fight back?
She was streetwise. She might have been a lot younger than I was, but she was the streetwise one.
For Nancy's sister Joanne, there's no doubt. Nancy came from the Bronx. She was born a fighter.
She was tough. You know, no one would mess with her.
Come on, hurry, another 200.
Hey, here!
She'd say to me, stand up, look strong, never let them know you're afraid. But that's the kind of person she was. She took nothing from anyone.
I can't get any more out.
And when it came to protecting little Joey, Nancy wouldn't give an inch.
She fought, and I know that was my sister. She loved Joey, and there was nothing more important in her life. I mean, to every mother, every breath is your children. But with my sister, it was beyond that. It was almost as like an obsession. She would never leave Joey.
But did that fighting spirit push her kidnapper too far? Was he always going to kill?
Could it have been as simple as, you know, Nancy began to fight back, you know, and how could you fault her for it? She's bound next to her daughter, being driven around. I mean, it's got to be terrifying. I think it's likely that she began to resist. We know she did. There's a 911 phone call the minute she leaves.
What are you doing? Do you want to die? Help!
And I think it's more likely that he panicked and executed him. Doesn't excuse it, but I think that's more likely.
So is this a hardened killer who let someone get away? Or just a thief who panicked and killed his victims?
I believe his motive was robbery. You know, I don't believe that's in question. But why did he stop? Why is his action so inconsistent? We just don't know.
Me? I'm not so sure he's just a thief. To kill like he did, point blank, face to face, that takes a certain kind of coldness. This guy, to kill a 7-year-old, that tells me he's done it before. He'll do it again. Because someone just doesn't begin killing with 7-year-olds. Will he be caught? That's the key. And is he somewhere else? Is he roaming throughout this country doing the same thing?
He definitely went somewhere else, and I'll tell you what, his MO would be consistent with Boca. And the reason for that is because he got away with it. If he got away with it over here, why can't it work over there? That's what's in his mind. That's why a lot of serial killers, a lot of murderers, a lot of robbers, they'll continue with the same MO. Because guess what? They've gotten away with it. So why not try it again?
And we would look at affluent communities throughout the United States, right?
He's going to be focusing and looking at an affluent victim who is coming out and getting into a higher-end vehicle. That is somebody he knows probably has some money in their ATM.
I'm sure he's still chasing the money. That guy wanted it bad enough to kill. But the cops have spread the net far and wide on this one, looking for any other cases that match these. The zip ties, the goggles, the robbery. In this sketch, nothing has come up yet. Could he have changed tactics? Trying to keep one step ahead of the law? That's a scary thought. And it's the kind of thought that keeps these guys on the hunt.
We all carry pictures. I have pictures on my desk next to my own kids of Nancy and Joey. In the police academy, they tell you not to take this stuff personal. You can't go to a crime scene like that. You can't interact with this family for this long and not take it personal.
She made you this, Joey.
And it was a little handprint. And that was my Mother's Day present from her.
The Bochicchio family, they are hurting. And the hurt hasn't let up.
When I got it, it was precious to me, but little did I know how precious it would become. You know, we're planning so much. I mean, you just can't imagine. I still sometimes think maybe it's I'm in this bad dream that just is not ending. You just don't. It's something you can't accept. Not something you'd ever can imagine in your life.
This is you and Randy.
Right.
And Randy Gorenberg's mother, Heidi Elias, she's a rock. And she's holding on for answers.
I don't want my daughter to be a cold case.
Who is Randy's killer? A second guy? A hitman? He's still out there too.
Someone has to know something. Just let it out of your system. You'll feel better. You'll feel relieved. You won't have that guilt on you. Just tell somebody what you know. I promise you. And I know that you won't walk around with a heavy load anymore.
It could be a long wait, but if the moment comes, the cops here in Florida are ready for that call.
Somebody at some point is going to call us with the lead, with the one we want. We'll cross the finish line with it, but we need them to start us. We followed up on 2,000 leads so far. 2001 is not going to be a problem.
He's going in, he's shooting the individual in the back of the head, and he's gone.
A serial killer like no other. An executioner prowling the Midwest.
He didn't come to Wichita to do anything else but find someone to kill.
There's no motive and no mercy.
Who wants to sneak up behind him and put one in their head?
You're probably scared of the fact that you live.
He put the gun to my forehead, then pulled the trigger.
I'm M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
as I started killing again and again, I saw it as a purpose.
Because he is one. It's after 2 p.m. on April 8th, 1992. A woman walks into her friend's shoe store at a strip mall off Interstate 70 in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Hello?
It looks deserted, so she calls out for assistance.
Is there anybody back there?
Nothing. Then she sees the cash register open. She calls 911.
Hi, I just walked into my friend's store. She never leaves it empty, and the cash register's open. Hello?
What she didn't see is her friend's body. 26-year-old store manager Robin Fuldauer, lying face down in the back room. A bullet wound behind her ear. To police on the scene, it looks like a robbery gone wrong. But they have no idea what they're in for. Because over the next 30 days, 5 more clerks in strip malls across 3 Midwestern states are executed in the exact same way. And 20 years later, the I-70 killer has never been caught. There's a thread that connects all these cases together. The I-70 freeway. When people travel up and down this road, they keep to themselves, they listen to the radio. But there's also evil out here. There's someone committing crimes so heinous because he just pulls off the highway, stops, kills, and moves on. And it seems there's no motivation behind it.
We thought robbery at first, is what we're thinking. But there's signs at the crime scene investigation that more could have been taken, and was robbery really the motive?
Lieutenant Mike Hennessy of the Wichita Police Department is my point man on this case. He's across all 6 murders and has been working the investigation for over 20 years. What's more, he knows serial killers. He supervised the undercover operation that caught one of America's most notorious predators, the BTK killer, Dennis Rader. On April 11th, 1992, Hennessy was assigned to a double homicide in Wichita, Kansas, which would turn out to be the I-70 killer's second shooting. Tell me how law enforcement discovered that there was more than one murder connected here.
Yeah, back in 1992, the primary source of communication in law enforcement throughout the nation was what we call the teletypes. And it was about into the 3rd day that one of the detectives noticed a teletype coming through the area of Indianapolis, Indiana.
The teletype details the Robin Fuldauer case from just days earlier. And it provides the key that will ultimately link all the murders to one killer.
We knew from the evidence seen that we had something to compare in the form of ballistics. Shell casings was left behind in each of the cases. Once we realized that the shell casings from Indianapolis matched the shell casings ejected from the same weapon in the Wichita case, we knew we had something.
As the shootings continue, the exact same 22 casings are found at each scene and matched to the same gun.
The closest weapon we can come up with that fit the type of striations that would leave on shell casings was to be the Scorpion Intertech, which is a .22 handgun. It looks like a small submachine handgun.
It's an unusual weapon, something a collector might own. And on the primer of each bullet, another intriguing clue.
There was some type of red marking where the firing pin would strike the cartridge, and we determined through forensic evidence something that's used as a compound in the jewelry business, some type of industrial abrasive.
The substance is known as jeweler's rouge, used to polish metal. Could it be the killer's calling card?
was he involved in some type of business that would use that type of abrasive?
All 6 victims are shot in the back of the head, execution style. Only small amounts of cash are taken. And there's no sign of sexual assault. The crimes span over 700 miles, from Indianapolis through Missouri to Wichita, Kansas. He seems to be a ghost. He's coming in and he's leaving, like the wind. And that's the scary part of this, that at any time, at anywhere along the I-70, he could strike. Criminal profiler John Kelly has seen murders like this before. He thinks we're dealing with a thrill killer. This is a particular brand of evil.
This is evil personified. This is a person who is focused on murder. He's not interested in watching somebody plead for their life. He's not even giving them the opportunity to plead for their life. He's very deliberate. He just wants them dead. He wants to sneak up behind them where they don't even see him and put one in their head.
Evil personified. Reminds me of another killer I know. We call him Raven, and he's a bad omen, all right. If you ever met this guy down a dark alley, you'd be as good as dead, which is why they keep him in a cage. So what will Raven make of the I-70 killer? The guy didn't have sex with them, and there was no physical attack. Why do you think that is?
I don't think he had the time. I think he wanted to go in and out real fast. And I think he wanted to go in and shoot, and then make it look like a robbery and leave.
The guy we know uses a .22 pistol. Why?
Well, it's an easy round to pick up. 500 at a time. No one's going to question when you pick up that round. Yeah, actually one of the most underestimated round of ammunition in the world. 22 will kill anything. You gotta be up close and personal with it.
These victims were shot in the head, almost execution style.
He didn't want to look into the face.
Did you look your victims in the face?
All the time, yes. I wasn't afraid to look at him in the face.
Raven and this I-70 killer are 2 different animals. In fact, this guy isn't much like any other serial killer I know. Why not a knife? Why not strangle these victims? Why not all those usual ways that serial killers kill? Because we rarely see a serial killer use a gun.
I believe this guy's using a gun because it's the most thorough, it's fast, gets the deed done, there's not a lot of blood splatter. He's out the door, he's gone.
It sounds almost like a hitman. But why would a professional leave ballistics at the scene? April 11th, 1992. At LeBride Formal Wear in Wichita, Kansas, 32-year-old store owner Patricia Majors and 23-year-old employee Trish Smith are closing up.
This one's so pretty.
They received a phone call from a customer, no one they knew personally. The customer was looking for a cummerbund.
Kindly, they agree to wait for the gentleman to come and collect the item. It's after 6 p.m. on a Saturday, and the strip mall is almost deserted. Minutes later, there's a rap on the window.
Trish Smith went to the door.
Do you mind giving it to him? He's paid, he's fine. Yeah.
and had a cummerbund in her hand, get ready to basically just pass it off. However, it was not going to be the customer that they thought it was. The killer walked on in.
In the back. Stop talking. Get in the back.
And herded the two girls, both our victims, to go towards the back. It happened pretty quickly. We know that our customer looking for the cummerbund arrived at the store approximately 15 to 20 minutes after closing time and saw that the lights of the business was off.
Hello?
But he walked in anyhow because he knew that someone there was expecting him.
Hey, I'm the guy that called earlier for the cummerbund.
Seconds later, he's met by an individual with a handgun. The killer tells him to come back with him.
Back of the store, come on. No, hey. Go.
I have them in the back. I have them tied up. I just need you to come back so I can get away. He knows if he did that, something very bad would happen. So he basically enters dialogue with the killer, telling him that this is none of my business.
I didn't see anything, man. I didn't see anything.
After a little bit of banter back and forth, the killer tells him, just, okay, go on. Don't tell anybody. Get out of here.
The man escapes and calls 911.
Call comes out to police as a suspicious character with a gun. So the officers arrive probably a little over an hour after the actual incident occurred. And they go in not knowing what to expect. And they go towards the back. And of course, to their surprise, they see two individuals on the floor that had sustained gunshot wounds. They did take Trish Smith to the hospital because there's some signs of life.
Patricia Majors is dead at the scene. Trish Smith later dies in the hospital. A bird's eye view of the area shows how the layout of the strip mall offers rapid access and escape routes for the killer.
What we have here is an aerial overview of the site of the homicide in Wichita. In front of the strip mall is Highway 54, which is a major east-west thoroughfare throughout Wichita. It runs right into I-35 to the east about 3 miles, which picks up I-70 to the northeast by using I-35. And that's what we figured as far as the suspect uses as an escape route.
It seems the killer did his homework with the location. Did he research his victims too? You think he stalked them at all?
Yeah, he knew there was at least one female in there. He was probably surprised to find two because the owner was in the back working late there, trying to close up while Trish Smith was finishing up with the last of the customers. Because he had no way of knowing that they're waiting on a late customer to come in. And he got lucky there as far as getting to the door and then unlocking the door because the keys are still in the door.
Within a few days, after matching bullet casings to the Robin Fuldauer murder in Indianapolis, detectives realize Smith and Majors are the second and third victims of the I-70 killer. And now, they have a witness description to go on.
We're able to come up with a forensic composite drawing.
In an era when only banks have video surveillance, this sketch is an incredible breakthrough. Detectives know their man. Now they just have to find him.
We're looking at an individual that's early 30s to early 40s, slight in build, about 5'8", medium in weight, about 140, 150. His hair, 1 to 2 inches long, a sandy blonde, reddish tint, slight stubble.
Based on analysis of the two crimes, police make some informed assumptions about the killer's MO.
This individual that we're looking for is extremely mobile. He wants to drive, he likes to drive, and he picks targets at random after doing a little research by looking around. And when he finds female targets, he takes the victim to the back and executes them. He didn't come to Wichita to do anything else but to find someone to kill.
The first 3 women killed are all young and petite, with shoulder-length brown hair. Detectives speculate that this may be the killer's type. And his next victim would confirm the theory with a bizarre and unexpected twist. Two weeks after the Wichita attack, in Terre Haute, Indiana. At a strip mall off I-70, near the Illinois-Indiana border, it's a quiet afternoon in Sylvia's Ceramics. The petite brunette clerk uses the downtime to price some items, unaware that fate just walked in the door. Like the other victims, the clerk is shot in the back of the head from close range. Unlike the other victims, this clerk is a man. "40-year-old Michael McCown is the manager of Sylvia's Ceramics, which takes its name from his mother, Sylvia.
We believe that he walked in the store, expected a female, but Michael at that time was wearing long hair.
Fooled by a ponytail. It shows just how fast this killer operates. And it backs up Raven's theory. No way this guy looks his victims in the eye. For Hennessy, that says a lot about his character.
He's just someone that's weak. He's a coward. He cannot handle confrontation with male subjects. He's picking these stores not because he wants the money. He knows they're probably more likely to be female employees or owners inside the store.
Is that why he let the Wichita eyewitness go? A cowardly killer targeting the weak. John Kelly agrees.
When he's killed somebody, he's playing God and he has power over life and death. But up until that point, he's walking around feeling much, much less than others. And especially if he's smaller. If he's a smaller, frail guy, and you would expect he was probably a smaller, frail child, he may have been bullied a lot.
Picked on.
He may have been picked on a lot. And now he's come back. He's taking it out. It's all coming out. You know, what was perpetrated on him, guess what? He's going to abuse somebody else.
It's an interesting psychological diagnosis. But I'm wondering, there's a ruthlessness about this guy. Could we be looking at a trained killer? He strikes at random, and no one sees him coming. He's getting a thrill out of pulling over, popping these clerks in the head, and taking off.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what he's doing. I mean, this guy's really into the rush of the kill.
There's robbery in each case, but it seems to be an afterthought.
He kills him, he hits the register, grabs what he can grab, he's out the door.
He makes tactical use of the interstate.
I-70's easy access. Easy off, do the deed, easy on. Back on I-70 and he keeps going.
And he's targeting female clerks in strip malls.
His high starts the moment he finds his perfect shop with the perfect victim.
It all seems so calculated, like an assassin. Kelly thinks this guy's taking revenge for a lifetime of humiliation. I want to know what Raven thinks. Raven could be onto something. The Midwest along I-70 is a big military area, with major air and army bases in Kansas, Missouri, and Indiana.
Is it possible that someone with a military background? Yeah, absolutely. We hear about soldiers coming back and having difficulty readjusting. Someone has snapped.
Lieutenant Hennessy's talking about PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, the symptoms of which include insomnia, paranoia, and outbursts of rage. Is the I-70 killer an ex-soldier who snapped? It could explain the random nature of his killing spree.
We have to look at, something happened in this individual's life to set him off, something personal.
If the I-70 killer is a retired vet, it would also account for his apparent lack of employment.
We're talking about someone that's focused on killing, and that's a full-time job for anybody.
I can picture him. I can picture him in his vehicle on the I-70, cruising along at speed so as not to draw attention to himself. In a vehicle much like the one that's beside me, or in back of me, or in front of me. And he's thinking about his next murder. He's going over it in his head. He's fantasizing about it, how he's gonna pull into that mall, how he's gonna stop, how he's gonna park, how he's gonna watch. And he's gonna look for that girl, that fantasy of his. He's gonna put her in there, and then he's gonna act. And then he's gonna put on his superficial charm, and he's gonna walk in, he's gonna ask a couple questions, and then he's gonna pull out his gun, and bang, she's gone. And he's on to the next town using the I-70. In less than 20 days, he's murdered 4 clerks and clocked almost 1,500 miles. From Indiana to Kansas and back. With such a widespread killing spree, detectives wonder which unlucky Midwest town will be his next target. 6 days after the Terre Haute shooting, they get their answer.
I believe the individual probably did stay in the parking lot and watched that store, maybe several other stores in the area. And once he seen that the coast was clear and he could go in and the only person there was the employee, he did what he showed up to do.
I'm with Detective Don Stepp in St. Charles, Missouri. It was here on May 3rd, 1992, that the I-70 killer took his 5th victim, 24-year-old Nancy Kitzmiller.
Nancy wasn't supposed to be working that day. She was filling in for another individual who wanted the day off.
Nancy is fresh out of college and due to start a new job with the government in 2 weeks. In the meantime, she's happy to cover a shift at Boot Village, where she enjoys 2 of her great loves: Western clothes and country music. Is it safe to say she was the all-American girl?
Absolutely. She was the kind of girl that every father would want as a daughter.
It's a Sunday afternoon and business is slow. So Nancy's probably glad to see a customer walk in, not knowing that it's the last customer she'll ever serve.
Nancy was found face down in the storage room with a gunshot wound to the back of the head.
Investigators recognize the pattern, the open register, and the casing with the telltale trace of Jeweler's Rouge. Detective Stepp explains how that curious red marking ends up on the primer of each shell casing.
After the round is fired, you have 2 components. You have the shell casing, which is the brass section, and you have the projectile, which is the lead section. The lead section is going to go through the barrel and gets marked up by the lands and grooves of the barrel, which are unique to each individual weapon. The shell casing is the same way as well. The shell casing not only is going to have extraction marks from being pulled out of the automatic weapon or semi-automatic weapon, but it's also going to have another feature on the primer. Every primer, when it gets hit by the firing pin, is going to leave a different mark as a different weapon. So
somewhat like a fingerprint.
It's exactly like a fingerprint.
It means the killer may have used Jeweler's Rouge to buff or remove rust from the firing pin of his weapon. Then, when the pin strikes, it leaves little red fingerprints on every shell. From the type of weapon he uses, investigators already knew the I-70 killer is probably a firearms collector or enthusiast. But this shooting makes them realize something new. The killer always picks stores with low customer traffic and strikes during the quietest hours.
If he knows what he's doing, he's going in, he's not wasting a lot of time. He's getting accomplished what he wants in a short amount of time, and he's gone. I think the #1 key to that location was there was nobody in the store at that time. There was one employee, and their avenue of escape is right there at Highway 70 with only 2 stoplights between there. You're not going to get lost. Once someone gets on I-70, you can be anywhere in the United States. It's a great avenue of escape.
You look at the on-off ramps near the strip mall where Nancy was murdered, it seems like this guy kills, almost like he's stopping for gas. Our killer got off I-70 right there, drove a couple hundred yards, killed Nancy Kitzmiller there, then got back on the I-70 and headed the opposite way. That's access. That's what he's looking for. There's a killer on I-70. His murders seem random. His motives vague. And he leaves no trace. Most serial killers will leave behind DNA. Skin cells, blood, even semen. But this guy here, the I-70 killer, he's different. He leaves behind shell casings and bullet fragments. Each casing is marked with an abrasive called Jeweler's Rouge, a tantalizing clue, like something out of Hollywood. But I don't think it helps us much. A lot of firearm enthusiasts use rouge to clean their weapons. And they're not breaking any laws. No, bullets won't catch this guy. We need a smoking gun. Raytown, Missouri, May 7th, 1992. Video store owner Tim Hickman is repairing a TV set when he notices a suspicious man.
I'd set a TV on the counter. I had it open and I was looking at the chart, the technical manual for the TV. And I look up and I see a gentleman coming from the grocery store. The reason it caught my attention was he was wearing like a tweed or a herringbone jacket. It was kind of warm. And I'm like, wow, you don't see that too often, somebody wearing a sports coat when it's so hot.
What happens next?
He stared at me and I stared at him, and he looked at me for a second and then turned, and I lost sight of him.
The man is walking towards the shop next door, where 37-year-old Sarah Blessing is working alone.
Four or 5 minutes later, I heard a loud pop. And I went, that sounded like a gunshot. So I jumped the counter and I ran to my door and I opened the door. And as I looked out, the door to her shop was closing and the same gentleman was going around the corner right here. So I ran back inside, grabbed the phone, and that's when I ran next door to the shop and started calling Sarah's name.
Sarah! Sarah!
And I creeped in and I could see her feet sticking out of her back room, and that's when I immediately dialed 911.
Sarah! Oh my God. Sarah?
I felt really guilty that I probably didn't act fast enough. So, if I'd called right away, they might have got her.
And that's been bothering you, huh?
Many years. Many, many years.
Tim is so troubled by the incident, he even wishes the killer had targeted him instead of Sarah.
I was alone. He looked directly at me. There was no one else in the store, and he chose her. I could have probably defended myself.
This killer's a coward, all right. He gets away with murder and leaves good people like Tim shouldering the guilt. And it's not only guilt that Tim is burdened with. He's haunted by a question that he just can't get out of his head. Why? Why did this monster kill Sarah? As with the other shootings, some cash was taken from the premises, but hardly any.
There couldn't have been anything in that register. I mean, how much money could be in there that he could commit murder? For that much money? There couldn't have been any. The place was not packed all the time. I mean, it wasn't that busy.
And he didn't even take all the money.
No, he did not.
Whatever the motive, Tim just wants this killer caught.
Do the investigators come back and talk to you as time goes on?
Yes, they have several times. They've called me up or came by where I live and say, you know, could you come in and look at a photo lineup? We have some suspects or some people you could look at, but it's never panned out. There's never been anything there.
And I think, is there anything I'm missing in any of this that I haven't asked you that you want to say?
I just hope this helps. And if somebody knows this guy, if he was on a road trip, if he was traveling from one side of the country, maybe to a city, somebody knows him. Somebody can remember back in '92, a friend, family member, cousin, whoever. Call. Let's clear this up. A lot of families want an end.
I think you need an end to it too, Tim, huh?
Yeah, I do.
By June 1992, the I-70 killer has left a trail of bodies and shattered lives across the Midwest. But then, just as suddenly as his reign of terror started, it stops. The months roll by. 6 victims in 30 days, then nothing. Why? Raven always tells me, serial killers never stop killing for good, unless they're incarcerated or dead.
Once you cross that line, that moral border of being a murderer, you're a murderer for life. You can't go back. You're going to go out and commit murder again. It took me quite a bit to jump over that line the first time. The second time, not so much. Once I realized that I could kill, just move on, and never have to look back, just an easy concept to accept. And that's why serial killers continue to kill.
So is the I-70 killer in jail for a different crime? Or did the demons in his head get too much for him? And he turned that .22 on himself. In the year after the final murder of Sarah Blessing, investigators explore both those scenarios and more. They interview incarcerated suspects and back-check dead ones. But there's no clean match. A coast-to-coast manhunt gains national press coverage, but still no killer in custody. And then, in the winter of 1993, more murders. 3 shootings of brunette female clerks in small stores in Texas match the MO of the I-70 killer. If it is the same guy, his hunting ground has grown by 600 miles. and his victim count jumped from 6 to 9. Are they connected?
We're definitely thinking it could be because of the nature of the way the killings occurred. The same victimology, how it went down, all that is very similar to ours.
Geographically, it makes sense too. I-70 links via I-35 to Wichita. Then it's a clean run south into Texas. But not everything matches. Ballistics evidence points to a different gun.
You've been a cop a long time, Mike. What's your gut tell you on these cases?
It's related. Yeah, it's going to be related. He changed weapons because of the media attention.
But Hennessy's hunch isn't the only evidence. Because the third Texas victim, 35-year-old Vicky Webb in Houston, survives. January 15th, 1994. Vicky is working alone in her gift shop, talking to a male customer.
He was asking questions more or less about the area, about the traffic in the store, questions involved with retail and involved in the store and the space.
My niece, I think, would love this place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's coming to meet me soon.
Oh, lovely.
Describe him for me, Vicky, if you will.
I would say that he was probably about 5'6", 5'7", wearing clothing that was not up to date by any means. It was just more like early 80s type, sweater, ivory pants, boots.
And his hair.
Mm-hmm. Sandy blonde, short.
So tell me what happens next.
He pointed at a frame that he wanted to purchase and said, I think I will take this one.
Lovely, isn't it?
She'll really like it.
And as I was walking back to the counter, I never heard him at all come up from behind. I simply heard the deafening sound behind my ear.
Vicky is shot at point-blank range in the back of her neck, but she's still conscious.
I thought to myself, oh God, please don't take me now. I have a 13-year-old daughter. And then I simply went into survival mode.
Vicky decides to play dead, hoping the killer will leave. But he's not finished with her yet. January 15th, 1994. Vicky Webb lies on the floor of her gift shop in Houston, Texas. A bullet lodged in the top of her spine. Still conscious, she can see the man who shot her, but she can't move. She plays dead.
He jumped over me to go behind the counter. I'd already told him it was a slow time of the year. I probably had $75 in the cash drawer. That was about it. At that point, I couldn't really see except for his pant leg and his shoes, but I could hear him going through the cash drawer. He came back to me, literally rolled me over, pulled me down just a little bit from where I was. And actually undressed me from the pants down.
Was it a sexual thing for him, or do you think it was more or less to shame you, or?
I don't think that it was sexual. It was very fast. It was just very quick. And he literally just yanked, the pants down. And that was it.
What happens next?
He came up over me with the gun, put it to my forehead, and click. For whatever reason, it did not go off.
Suddenly, the killer hears a car pull up, and he leaves the store. Vicky thinks her ordeal is over.
My first thought was I needed to call for help. And as I laid there and tried to call for help, of course, my breathing was so shallow that barely a sound would come out. And I thought, okay, well, I have to get up. And I tried to feel where my arm was, and I thought, oh my gosh, did I, black out and this man carved off my arms and legs because I can't feel a thing.
Vicky can't move. The bullet in her spine has paralyzed her from the neck down.
Shortly thereafter, The bell rang on the door. A couple came in, and then unfortunately, that was the first time the pain flooded in.
And what did that feel like?
Well, childbirth to me is about a 4, and that would be about a 10. Yeah, just excruciating.
Sorry.
Me too.
So a woman comes into the store.
It was she and her husband.
Excuse me? Can you please get some help?
Vicky is rushed to the hospital, where she survives because of an anatomical quirk, an abnormally large spinal column.
The way the bullet came in, it actually went right in between C2 and C3, right at the top. It shattered a bone, and the bone fragment hit my spinal cord, which paralyzed me.
Vicky is lucky to be alive, but will she ever walk again? Miraculously, after 3 months, she makes a full recovery, reversing her paralysis through rehabilitation. As for the bullet, it's still lodged in her neck today.
So the only evidence to the crime from him really is inside you.
That's correct. And I'm going to keep it until I pass away, even though the police would like it.
Still, police know enough to say that the gun used in Vicky's attack and the 2 other Texas shootings is not the same as the 6 Midwest murders. But almost everything else points to the same killer. Remember that composite sketch from the Wichita case? Vicky takes one look and sees her attacker.
This is him. You sure? Absolutely.
But seeing the I-70 killer on paper isn't enough for Vicky. Amazingly, she wants to see him again for real, in the flesh.
I want to know why. I want to know what happened. What turns you into a killer? What turns anyone into a killer? I want him brought to justice. I want to see him face to face. Tell him he didn't win.
So you believe he's still out there?
Yes, I do.
And do you believe he's still killing?
I don't believe that someone with that mind, that brain that's just a little askew, can stop and stop himself. I think somebody needs to stop him.
If this guy has killed again, then he's changed his MO. Because as far as investigators are concerned, Vicky Webb is the last victim who fits the pattern.
Is he out there nowadays? He probably is. One time we thought BTK had died or was in prison, and then he resurfaced because of his arrogance.
The BTK killer, Dennis Rader, murdered 8 women and 2 men between 1974 and 1991, then stopped. Hennessy and his team heard nothing for almost 15 years, until 2004, when BTK sent them a letter. Now, he's serving 10 life sentences. We know the I-70 killer took 6 lives. And if the Texas cases are connected, then it jumps to 8. But did he really stop killing? I want to hear what Raven thinks.
The survivor, Vicky Webb. What does her story tell us, Raven?
Like any predator, a serial killer must adapt or die. But the fact this guy undressed Vicky Webb makes me wonder, was he already changing? Becoming more sexually driven?
Well, the good news is to overdose it because I have this same tendency, even though I never had sex with some of my victims. The idea of having a woman there around you, and the idea of thinking, well, what does she look like? She can't say no now.
If Raven's right, the I-70 killer could still be out there, flying under the radar with a new MO. Maybe he ditched that .22 pistol, took one last exit ramp, and settled in a neighborhood near you, where nobody suspects him. One thing's for sure, he needs to be brought to justice, so the families can get some peace.
20 years later, family members are still living and grieving for what you did.
Somebody must know this guy. If you do, don't hesitate. Call it in.
It's not a waste of our time. If we don't know something that you have, I can't work on it.
We want answers. People are keeping secrets.
An elusive predator haunts the Oregon coast roads at night, taking teenage girls for the last ride of their lives.
Bright Ribbon marks the area on a steep, newly clear-cut hillside where the teenagers' remains were discovered.
2 dead females, one stacked on top of the other one.
But a killer who hunts on the highways could strike anywhere.
The moment you are away from that body, anyone that's between you and that body becomes a suspect before you are.
And he could kill again. I'm M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
As I started killing again and again, I saw it as a purpose.
Because he is one. I'm heading north on Highway 101, tracing the western shoreline of America. Couple hundred miles north of the California-Oregon border, and I'm in picturesque Lincoln County, the unlikely setting for a multiple murder mystery that has stumped local detectives for over 25 years. You know, I'm looking around here, and the mountains on one side, coastline on the other. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's the last place you'd expect someone to come along and just take out 5 girls as if they didn't matter. But that's exactly what happens. "17-year-old Kelly Disney is the first victim. Last seen walking east on Highway 20 around 1 a.m. on March 9th, 1984. Only her skull has ever been found. 8 years later in May '92, 17-year-old Melissa Sanders and 19-year-old Sheila Swanson make a call from a roadside payphone and are never heard from again. Their decomposed remains are found 5 months later. Then, January 1995. 15-year-old Jennifer Essen and 16-year-old Kara Lees walk out on a stormy night and into the hands of a killer. Both are strangled, their bodies found 2.5 weeks later. The similarity between victims, their ages, and where they were last seen makes me think these 5 murders are the work of one killer. But other than that, there's almost nothing to work with.
5 girls, teenagers, just disappeared?
I'm driving into Newport now, the seat of Lincoln County.
I hear this is a tourist town. When the economy was better, RVs just bumper to bumper all along the coastal highway. Now all they have really is the fishermen, the loggers, and the locals.
I'm about to meet the man who's got all 5 of these cases weighing on his shoulders. Lincoln County District Attorney, Rob Bovet. He doesn't like crime in his town, least of all, unsolved murders. So in 2009, he reopened the files on this mystery.
Tell me about this area, this community.
Well, we're a fairly small rural community in the central Oregon coast. It's about the most beautiful place on earth. Just a great place to live and raise family and to be.
Back in the 80s, the 90s, was hitchhiking uncommon?
No, not uncommon at all. What was uncommon is for people to disappear. So, you know, the community took note, and law enforcement took note when these girls disappeared, even before their bodies were found. This was unusual.
When we talk about murder in Newport, in this area, are we talking about 1 a month, 1 every 2 months?
Oh, once a year, maybe. So a double homicide, and we had 2 of these back in the early 90s, was unheard of. I mean, it was just incredibly rare.
Why did these cases go cold?
Well, I think for a lot of reasons. Some of the leads fizzled out. Some of the things that the investigators were working on didn't develop into sufficient evidence to actually charge anyone with a crime. Unfortunately, that happens in some criminal investigations where they just run out of things to do. People are not talking.
So why did you reopen these cases?
Sometimes people change. They age. They're willing to say things today that they weren't willing to say even 10 years ago. It's time for the secrets and the barriers to come down.
What do you feel this killer is like? Someone who takes the life of young girls. What is this person?
You know, I'm just a simple country lawyer, and I'm not a sociologist or a psychologist, so I can't even pretend to get into the mind of someone who would commit such heinous crimes. I can't pretend to understand it.
I gotta be honest, I've been writing about killers for over 20 years, and I still don't understand them either. And all the degrees in the world won't help criminal profiler John Kelly know what it's like to take a life.
How can you really understand and get into the mind of a serial killer unless you converse with the serial killer?
Kelly said it. The only way to get that kind of insight is straight from the source. That's why we consult with a monster the United States government keeps in a cage. He's an incarcerated multiple murderer we've codenamed Raven. Let's see what he has to say about the coastal killer.
Okay, Raven, why is he choosing these girls?
I think they see them as an accessible source for enjoyment. This is an opportunity murder. We weigh an opportunity. We see the person walking down the street and it's dark. We know that the line of sight is only going to be a few yards. That chance meeting sees the victim, and then he has to decide whether he wants to take the victim or not.
So what makes him go ahead?
There's circumstances that provide that allows me the opportunity to murder to get away with
I know how to get away with murder, but I'm not gonna go out and do it. What's the difference between me and you?
Never murdered anyone. So you know. You have to step across that line and realize what you can and cannot do.
After months of talking to Raven, I should have seen that one coming. In his mind, you haven't lived until you've killed. It's a twisted way of looking at the world. But hey, that's why we're using him. I like that he's not saying to us, the guy drives a van, he's 35 to 45. I like that he's just speaking from practical experience that only a killer can give. And he talks about it as if he's talking about, oh, we painted this house the other day. There's no emotion there at all.
The most important thing is to listen. Let them talk. Keep them talking. The more they talk, the more they reveal. And then you pick up on the different insights that their distorted psyche looks at, believes, and acts out on.
When Raven goes back and he describes these feelings, is he describing what the coastal killer felt?
Yeah, I believe he and the coastal killer are feeling the same thing.
So we are basically speaking to the coastal killer when we speak to Raven. I can't go into detail. All I'll say is, Raven's murders aren't so different to these coastal killings. And you know what? Raven got away with murder for a long time, until one mistake finally tripped him up. Sooner or later, the same thing's gonna happen to the coastal killer.
Now authorities can get on with their investigation into a host of unsolved murders of young women which have plagued coastal counties over the past few years.
An unknown killer has evaded Oregon authorities for over 25 years, and he could still be out there.
See, this is very hard. What you have here is a profiler's nightmare.
The odds are stacked against us in this case. We've got no hard evidence to work with, only similarities.
It looks like this guy has a particular victim of choice in mind.
Teenage girls, vulnerable, walking by the road at night.
They're easy targets because they're in a dark highway that time of night trying to get out of the elements.
Raven thinks this killer's an opportunist. Someone who doesn't plan, but just cruises the highways and strikes when the chance presents itself. Kelly agrees.
He has a certain age in mind that's in this murderous fantasy of his, and he's willing to drive. He's willing to look. He's willing to take a chance, even if there's two, to fulfill that fantasy.
Kelly's made an interesting point. If this is an opportunistic killer, it seems he's getting more brazen as he goes. The first victim, Kelly Disney, was alone. But victims 2 and 3, Melissa Sanders and Sheila Swanson, and 4 and 5, Jennifer Essen and Cara Lees, were in pairs. Taking 2 at once? That's bold. Remember, they followed one of the golden rules. Walk in pairs, go together. We always tell our kids that. Travel with a friend. You can take care of each other. It didn't work this time. You know, you also have to ask yourself, was this guy stalking these girls? Was he following them? Did he know they were there? Or did he just happen upon them? Or does he drive by this phone booth every day? And he's familiar with it. And that one time he did drive by, boom, he sees the 2 girls. And that's when he strikes. When there's an opportunity. I'm heading to Portland to meet the father of one of those girls who followed the rules. But she was punished anyway.
She's probably 12 or 13 there.
She was 15 and a half when she was murdered.
Floyd Essen's daughter, Jennifer, was killed in 1995 along with her friend, Carolise. Tell me about Jenny.
She liked reading, playing guitar, hanging out with her girlfriends, stuff like that. It's typical teenager, I guess.
On January 27th, it's dark and stormy out. But inside, it's comfortable and warm. The girls are at Jenny's boyfriend's house, doing what 15-year-olds do, hanging out, just being teenagers. It's times like these we look back on when we're older. But Jenny and Kara won't get to do that. After midnight, they decide to head to Jenny's brother's house.
Her older brother said, well, you give me a call and I'll come over and get you, give you a ride home.
Maybe it's the recklessness of youth, a bad decision, or just bad luck. But they walk instead. Ahead of them, 3 lonely miles, about an hour on foot of unlit highway.
Jenny was terribly bright and sharp and naive, too. And she just couldn't believe anybody would want to hurt her. And I think probably more or less led to her downfall.
So right here on the coastal highway, walking in the footsteps of these girls.
You know, out here at night, and all these girls were swiped at night, you may not see a car for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. But you know what? When that car comes around the corner and the headlights hit you and it slows down and you're freezing and you're shaking and you need a ride, boy, that heat coming from the heater inside that car, that's gonna feel good. And you're gonna take the ride. So these girls are naive. Of course they are. They're 15 and 16. But should they have to pay for their naivety with their lives? You know, 2 girls walking along the coastal highway, and Satan stops and picks them up. They never thought that was going to happen. Why would they?
The girls' remains were found merely by chance. A couple of contract loggers cutting trees at this remote site found the girls' bodies.
Nearly 20 years later, Douglas fir trees once again cover the hillside where Jenny and Kara were found, concealing any traces of the horror that occurred here.
They'd just been asked to thin some trees.
Right. But retired investigator Steve Hebner can't forget.
They were about through when they saw what they believed to be that body.
After loggers discover the bodies, Hebner is the first law enforcement officer on the scene, 2.5 weeks after the girls went missing.
So you get that call to go out to the scene. Tell me what you see.
Well, I followed them up there, and I had a pair of binoculars with me, and I scanned that brush pile. And when I did,
can you see it?
I saw a human hand in the brush. I didn't go any closer. And I knew immediately I was in a crime scene. Forensic folks came out of Portland to process the scene, and what we ultimately found when they removed the brush is 2 dead females, one stacked on top of the other one, underneath the brush pile.
So they were stacked?
Stacked. One was laid out right over the top of the other one.
Were they naked? Were they clothed?
They were clothed. The one girl, pants, her jeans were unbuttoned, just the top button. And I believe the zipper was about halfway down. But other than that, they were fully clothed.
Ultimately, what did they determine as the cause of death? for these girls?
Asphyxiation by strangulation. The first thing we were thinking, and the first thing I think naturally to think in this situation, here we've got two teenage girls that have been murdered. Was this a sexual assault? Went bad? There was no physical evidence that would support that there was any sexual assault occurred to either one of these girls.
But the killer did leave his mark in other ways.
There was some evidence that told you one of the girls was a fighter.
Yes. Jennifer. She had bruises and contusions from striking somebody with her fists. So she fought, and there's absolutely no doubt that that occurred.
What does a case like this do to a guy like you?
You build a barrier. That's the first thing you do to try to protect yourself, because if you lose control, you can't function. But I got to tell you, as we stand here right now, I can see the faces very clearly of those two girls when they were uncovered, lying on the ground, one on top of the other. I have had that picture in my head for a very long time.
The Essen Lee's case is the best chance cops have of linking physical evidence to the coastal killer for two reasons. One, their bodies were in good condition when they were found. And two, because Jenny fought for her life.
It looks like this girl was real tough. She was a scrapper. She was fighting him off, and I'm hoping that there is some DNA in her defense wounds.
Hebner couldn't confirm if forensics retained viable DNA of Jenny's attacker. But if they do, the technology has come a long way since 1995. And the sample could be checked against a database of offenders nationwide, even in other countries.
Do you think he's done this maybe in another state, Washington, California, maybe even Canada? Do you think he's gone up to the north?
I believe that this is just one of his trolling routes, okay? Like, for instance, if you were out
I'm with you there.
Trying to hunt game, you'd be looking for deer paths, you'd be looking for various areas where game travels.
You wouldn't stay in the same wooded
You
area.
wouldn't stay in the same area, you move around.
8 years separate the first murder of Kelly Disney and the second and third of Sanders and Swanson. Then another 3 years before victims 4 and 5, Lee's and Essen. If this killer does hunt in other states, it could explain the long gaps.
There's times at night I would be thinking about what she went through. Because it takes, what, 3-4 minutes to strangle somebody. I can't help but think what she's going through her mind when she's being strangled.
Floyd Essen ponders his daughter Jenny's last moments in the cold, merciless hands of the coastal killer.
Shut up! Shut up!
Jennifer Essen fought because she had bruises here. But if you have two victims and one of them fought, what's the other one doing?
This is where it gets scary. One is kept in a car while the other's taken into the woods. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna hurt you. I promised you. If you do what I tell you to do, I will not hurt you. So I want you to stay in the car here. I'm just going into the woods with your friend. We're gonna have some sex, and I'm gonna take you both home. Now he comes out of the woods, but he doesn't come out of the woods with their friend. Why? Because he strangled her. So now this girl knows what her fate's gonna be. So as soon as he opens the door to get in with her, she starts to defend herself violently. He gets the better of her during the attack, and he strangles her.
It's only a hypothetical scenario, but it would explain why there's no sign of sexual assault. If the promise of sex is just a ruse, or what if, for this killer, strangulation is the sex act? That's not a question I can answer, but maybe Raven can help me understand.
You know all about strangling. Tell me what it's like.
Well, it's like you want that feeling, that grip, that when the tighter you grab around that neck, the more strength that muscle in the neck pushes back. They fight for their life. It's almost undescribable. You have to experience it to know exactly what it's like. You feel the drain of the body. You feel the relaxation of the muscles. You feel the body give up. It's that release.
Is it a release for you, too?
In a way, yes, because I felt good.
I tell you what, hearing this kind of stuff doesn't get any easier.
It kills me sometimes. It really does. You know what I'm saying.
Of course I know what you're saying.
13.
I've done it so many times.
I thought I had an idea, but not until I started doing it myself did I really know the emotional toll that it takes.
If the coastal killer is anything like Raven, he may well be getting sexual pleasure from strangling. Mixing sex and violence is common in serial killers. Take the roadside strangler, Michael B. Ross, who strangled 8 young women between 1981 and 1984.
My biggest thrill sexually is from thoughts of actually strangling a woman.
Ross was so tormented by his urges, he asked to be castrated. He even supported his own death sentence.
I used them, I degraded them for my own personal pleasure. It had to end.
Like the coastal killer, Ross targeted young females walking on the road. So how do these predators get their victims in the car in the first place?
He's got to be a good talker. He's got to come across authentic and charming, because they're not going to get in the car with somebody they think is angry or acting in a very abnormal way. So he gets them into his car by either saying, hey, come on, it's bad out here, let me give you a ride home. That's A.
No thanks. Come on. Hey, you want to get mine?
Number 2, maybe the girls will be solicited by some drugs, maybe some marijuana. Would you like this? Would you like that? When they get into that car with him, they're in his control zone. He probably has the doors jimmied, so you can open the doors from the outside, but you can't open them from the inside when you're in there. And then he's gonna tell them, you just do what I tell you, and everything will be okay, and then I'll give you a ride home, but you must do what I say. If you do what I say, I won't kill you.
This may be what happened to victims 2 and 3, Melissa Sanders and Sheila Swanson. No one knows for sure. On May 3rd, 1992, the friends are on a camping trip with Melissa's family at Beverly Beach State Park, north of Newport. Around 1 a.m., they make a call from a nearby payphone. Who did they call? Hours later, Melissa's parents wake to find the girls' tent is empty.
These families were out there, and they had no idea what happened to their daughters.
I'm in Portland with local KATU news reporter Tom Jensen, who's been researching these Oregon cold cases since 2009.
I just constantly do research, see if there are unsolved crimes, and I ran across this from some old news stories that we did. And I thought, you know, these could be tied together.
October 10th, 1992. 2 hunters stalked through the woods outside Eddyville, 20 miles east of Newport. It's been 5 months since Melissa and Sheila disappeared. Then, suddenly, there they are.
They were so badly decomposed that they really couldn't tell exactly how they were killed.
With later victims, Jennifer Essen and Kara Lees, Kelly thinks the killer separated the girls to control them more easily, then strangled them. Did he do the same with Sheila and Melissa?
That's what I thought too. They could fight. Could they fight you off? I mean, granted, they're teenage girls. Or was somebody else involved? Was there more than one person involved in these murders? Was it 2 guys?
It's a possibility. 2 killers to get the victims in the car. 2 to control and kill them. 2 to dispose of the bodies. It makes sense, but where's the evidence? It's like Kelly says, there are no safe bets in this case. A profiler's nightmare. Talk to me about any persons of interest that you know.
Recently, I heard from a person connected to the case. He told me that there's something that could tie 4 of these together. The Essen, Lees, Sanders, and Swanson cases. Wouldn't say more, except for it's somebody off the radar, somebody we don't know about.
At last, a lead I can work with. So who is this suspect? And does this mean victim 1, Kelly Disney, isn't connected to the others? I'm hoping my next contact will answer both those questions. I'm in the woods outside Eddyville, east of Newport, Oregon. Not far from here, the bodies of Melissa Sanders and Sheila Swanson were discovered in October 1992. 5 months after they disappeared. You put a dead girl out here, she's just gonna melt into the peat moss and the leaves and the brush. And time is gonna consume her. And while time consumes the bodies, he's walking away, and he's laughing. He's saying to himself, I got away with it. Again. Even so, I want to know why the coastal killer didn't bury his victims, to give himself an even better chance of erasing the evidence. Maybe Raven can shed some light.
He didn't bury his victims. He just threw a few branches over them. I believe that's familiar territory for yourself.
Best thing to do is throw the body to the side and get away from the body. You can't spend that much time around it. The moment you are away from that body, anyone that's between you and that body becomes a suspect before you are. So why bury and spend a lot of time over it? There's always a chance that you might drop something that might be discovered later. In one of my cases, I had dropped the body off and I covered her with leaves. Only to look in my pocket and find out that I dropped my flashlight. And I had to uncover the body and find out that the flashlight was under my victim. Get it out real quick. I don't want to spend a lot of time in the area where I'm dumping the body.
Based on what Raven's saying, the Kelly Disney case is definitely the odd one out. Melissa and Sheila, Jenny and Kara, their bodies were all found relatively soon after they went missing. But with Kelly, there was no sign of her remains for 10 years, until her skull was discovered. I'm heading back to Newport to meet cold case investigator with the Lincoln County DA's office, Ron Benson. For the last few years, he's been focused on Kelly Disney's murder.
Kelly Disney was a high school student when she disappeared. Consistently, she's described as a person that everybody liked and everybody got along with. She was a good student. She was involved in sports. She was dating a guy who was already graduated.
Walk me through what happened.
Kelly and her boyfriend have an argument, which we found out was a frequent thing, and she gets upset and she leaves.
It's around 1 a.m. when Kelly walks out onto Highway 20. A passing motorist sees her and calls local police.
What was the 911 call about?
The vague information we have about that is it was reported as an intoxicated female walking down the middle of the highway.
A sheriff's deputy heads out there.
She says, I'm just going up to my friend's house just up the street. And the deputy goes on his way. But that's really when we lose track of her.
Kelly's disappearance is initially treated as a runaway, until 1 year later, police and family fear the worst. Her x-rays and dental records are circulated to 10 police departments in different states in the hope of matching them to any unidentified remains. But for 10 years, nothing. Until July 23rd, 1994. Just weeks after the DA puts out a new appeal for information, someone calls in a tip.
Two guys were up traveling some back roads outside of Newport. There's an area where a lot of young people partied. There was an old abandoned wrecked car there up in the woods. It had been there for possibly a couple of years. Their story is they stopped and they were messing around with this car and found this skull in the trunk of the car.
The young men report their discovery to the police. But here's the strange part.
We have reliable information that there was kids playing in that car just 2 or 3 days before, and that skull wasn't there.
Does this point to the killer putting it there?
We did play with the idea, does somebody have sense of conscience after that press release and retrieve her skull and put it in a place where somebody could find it? We don't have enough information to say that one way or the other.
Benson and his assistant, Linda Snow, have devoted thousands of hours to these cold cases. Linda retired as lead felony legal assistant with the district attorney's office in 2007. But she still volunteers her time and expertise here every week, and has done for the last 3 years.
What drives you to come in here once a week on your own time and do this?
Well, one, I thought I could help. And two, I'd like to see these cases solved. The families definitely need closure. Whoever did this needs to be punished for it and hopefully never do it again.
Is it an obsession for you? I mean it, in a good way. And maybe that's an asset.
I don't know if you'd call it an obsession, but I am very, very determined that we solve these cases. And I'm not going to give up.
Linda and Ron agree on that much, and a couple more things besides. They say Kelly's murder is not connected to the others, and that they've built a solid picture of what happened. But Benson's keeping his cards close to his vest.
What kind of evidence are you looking at that you can talk about to me?
I can't discuss that.
Have you eliminated the boyfriend totally?
No.
One thing Benson does admit is that Kelly's killer could still be right here in Newport.
So you're saying it's possible I could be walking by a killer on the streets?
For the Kelly Disney case, yes.
If Disney's murder's not connected, that leaves Sanders and Swanson and Lees and Essen. Can Benson elaborate on the new person of interest in those 4 cases that reporter Tom Jensen mentioned?
We were recently contacted by an outside agency who developed a suspect in one of their homicides. That subject had a connection to Oregon, and specifically to Newport. So he's an interest to us.
What can you tell me about that for evidence?
And that would be one thing I wouldn't be able to talk about either.
Huh. Benson has a solid poker face.
Were the girls...
But I tell you what, from 20 years as a journalist, I know when authorities give you the silent treatment, it means they're close. Real close.
All we have is the similarity. All 5 of these girls were last seen on state highways in Lincoln County in the late 80s and early 90s, and then later turned up as murder victims.
A profiler's nightmare. That's what Kelly called this case at first glance. But now, we know a lot more. We think Kelly Disney's case is separate, a one-off. Her murderer could still be in Newport, but he's no serial killer. That leaves the 2 double homicides, Melissa Sanders and Sheila Swanson, Kara Lees and Jennifer Essen. For those 4 cases, after nearly 2 decades of dead ends, finally, there's a suspect. The district attorney's office won't say yet who the suspect is. But based on what we've learned about those 4 murders, we've built this profile.
This guy is pretty much focused on younger girls.
He's an opportunity killer who attacks on the spur of the moment.
This kind of guy, I mean, he's into stimulation. Even hunters that just go out in the woods and they're hunting game, why do they do that? Because they get some stimulation out of it.
Sure.
It gets them out of their head. It gets them out of any kind of negative thinking. They're focused on the hunt. The hunt is stimulating. Same thing with this guy, only he's hunting humans. He's hunting young girls.
He is living out the fantasy at this point.
He's living out the fantasy. He's enjoying a high. It's like a central nervous system stimulant.
He's willing to travel to find his victims. Oregon could be just one of his hunting grounds.
This could be some type of serial that travels all around the country. And every now and then, you know, part of his trolling is this area.
He wastes no time burying bodies, just dumps them, then leaves town.
So by the time these girls are found, and the cops do their little canvass, and they start questioning people, he's long gone.
He's put miles between him and those victims.
And the worst part, we think he's still out there.
I'm not sure where he is, but wherever he is, he's trolling for his next victim of opportunity.
It's a solid profile, but does it match the person of interest? And there's another question still nagging at me. What really drives this guy to kill in the first place? Kelly thinks it's a release of pent-up anger and frustration. But I want to see what Raven thinks.
I'm gonna have John Kelly ask you a question now, Raven, if that's okay.
Raven, when this fellow was killing the victim, can you tell me if there's any kind of anger rush?
I had anger in my victim. I was angry over things that probably they weren't concerned with. In other words, I put something on them that they weren't responsible for. And when I strangled them, I was getting back at certain individuals that made my life miserable. And then I took it out kind of like in association with them. I felt good about getting my anger released. It was like a weight off my shoulders.
We've all heard the expression, a senseless waste of life. If the coastal killer is like Raven, then these girls are dying for what? So some twisted psychopath can feel better about himself? I'm back where I started, in Newport, to see if District Attorney Rob Bovett can shed any light on this mysterious suspect.
Is there any new relevant information that you can reveal at this time?
There is new information, but it can't be revealed at this time. I suspect it will be revealed shortly, probably very soon.
Another poker face, but true to his word. September 25th, 2012, the story finally breaks. Not in Oregon, but in Canada.
I'm Inspector Gary Shinkarik, the officer in charge of the BC RCMP Major Crime Special Projects Unit. We are here today to announce a significant development.
The break comes from a British Columbia cold case dubbed the Highway of Tears. Investigators there have matched a killer's DNA to the 1974 murder of a teenage girl.
The DNA match was for a U.S. citizen, Bobby Jack Fowler. Fowler is responsible for the murder of 16-year-old Colleen McMillan.
Just like the Oregon victims, Colleen McMillan was last seen walking on a highway at night. Her remains were found 1 month later off a remote logging road. The MO is a perfect match for the coastal killer. What's more, turns out Bobby Jack Fowler lived in Newport when the coastal murders occurred. He even has priors there.
Bobby Jack Fowler has an extensive criminal history. His last conviction was in Newport, Oregon, for a 1995 violent attack.
With all the facts lining up, it's time for the DA to go all in.
Detectives in Lincoln County have reopened 4 unsolved murders after a break in a Canadian cold case linked to this man.
The district attorney's office has named Bobby Jack Fowler a suspect in the 1995 killings of Jennifer Essen and Kara Lease. He's also now a person of interest in the 1992 murders of Sheila Swanson and Melissa Sanders.
Newport authorities are building their case and pursuing renewed DNA testing. If viable samples are available, they now have a suspect to match them to. And the 4 coastal murders could be just the beginning.
Investigators say they're looking at Fowler in at least 3 other cold case murders in Oregon and others out of state. They won't give details, but they say this is a major development.
This is the kind of break cold case investigators dream of. I mean, this is why we do what we do. Fowler? The guy flew under the radar for what, 4 decades? Now he's being looked at for 20+ murders in Arizona, Oregon, North Carolina, hell, even Canada. That's one hot lead for a bunch of cold cases. And I look at our profile and what Raven said, and this Fowler guy, he seems to tick every box, except for one. We thought he was still out there, but Fowler died in 2006. Bobby Jack Fowler can't hurt any more young women now. But until the families of those he may have killed get concrete proof, they'll still feel pain. In the Badlands of Texas.
Something horrible, something evil was on the loose.
It's open season on young women.
We knew immediately something was really wrong.
Snatched off the streets,
She just vanished.
And dumped in the dark.
It just looked like somebody had just thrown her out like a piece of trash.
Is anyone safe in a serial killer's paradise?
What you're dealing with here is a catastrophe.
I'm M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
I started killing again and again. I saw it as a purpose.
Because he is one. Welcome to Texas. The other Texas. This isn't lonesome plains, ranches, and rodeos. This is the Texas underbelly. I'm driving south on Interstate 45, leaving Houston, heading to the Gulf Coast. You know, you talk about Houston, you talk about Texas City, League City, Galveston. There's restaurants forever. There's strip malls, outlet stores. And beyond those strip malls, in the dark, among the marshes and empty lots on the edge of the suburbs, there are bodies. Dead girls. The daughters of Texas have been hunted, grabbed off the street, lured into cars.
Where are you going? My street was just back there.
They've been murdered and dumped like trash. How many? At least 30. Maybe 3 times that. Why hasn't anybody seen anything? How do all these women, these young girls, go missing and nobody sees anything? That baffles me. There are no easy answers to this mystery, but let's start with a big question. Why here? What makes this slice of America such a dangerous place to live? You know what they call this place? A serial killer's paradise. Well, screw that. Paradise needs to get shut down.
I've seen this before. I've seen this a number of times.
My colleague, criminal profiler John Kelly, already has a bad feeling about this part of Texas.
You can have multiple serials working out of an area, and especially when you go over a period of years.
When you look at this area, the I-45 corridor from Houston to Galveston, you're talking about millions and millions of people.
I mean, when you have that kind of population in such a small area, and you have all these transient workers, okay, people that are on the move, many serial killers are transient. They'll kill here, they'll kill there, then they'll move on, and nobody can zero in on them.
Transient killers. They live among us. I know one of them. Raven. He only roams a prison yard now, but he used to cover the length and breadth of this country.
Okay, Raven, why are so many of these cases unsolved?
Well, because you gotta have witnesses to the fact. And not everybody knows what they've seen at any given time. Things can happen in broad daylight. I mean, you can see someone having an argument with someone, and you have no idea what the conversation is, and therefore you assume the best. Most people assume the best when looking at situations. They don't look at anything happening as
Is this how we have to live our lives now? Always on the lookout? Because serial killers are hiding in plain sight? So what do the cops think? When you work the homicide desk in a county like Galveston, the case files pile up in front of you. And some of them, you just can't shake.
This girl, she was a good kid. She was well involved in her school. She was well liked by people. No history here of her being a problem person or being a runaway or none of those things that sometimes play a factor in that. None.
The girl was 17-year-old Jessica Kane. She disappeared 15 years ago. But Galveston detective Tommy Hansen is still asking questions.
What possessed this girl in the wee hours of the morning, a couple of miles from her house? Why did she stop?
Jessica had been out with friends at a restaurant. She said she wasn't feeling well and left to drive home in her dad's truck.
And the next thing you know, Dad's truck is found on the freeway pretty close to her family's house, and she's nowhere to be found. Everything's in the truck. Everything's totally undisturbed. There's no signs of anything on the scene. She just vanished.
There's no evidence of a struggle.
No blood on the scene, no partial clothing, no one shoe on the scene, nothing other than she's not here. It's just something strange about that case.
So Jessica Kane goes out with friends to a popular restaurant, and she leaves, and she's driving down this highway right here. And something makes her pull over and stop her vehicle. The question everybody's asking is, what is it? I've heard a lot of things, and now it's my turn. What I think happened was, she wasn't feeling well at the restaurant. She probably stopped because she had to vomit. Because someone reported seeing her on the side of her car near the corner of it. So maybe she was feeling ill. And you know what? That poor girl had no idea when she pulled over that the boogeyman was waiting for her right there on the side of the highway. This case here really bothers me. It bothers me because here's a girl, right? She's a couple miles from her own home, and she disappears like that. It makes you believe that you're not safe anywhere.
I think Jessica's killer is an opportunist. He was on the hunt that night, and she stepped into his sights. It's a pattern that repeats in many of these cases.
Is it a serial killer, Tommy?
Doing all these cases? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. To have someone lurking up and down I-45 for 30 years, grabbing young girls and killing them, it's just not there. The serial killers, even if they're traveling serial killers, they tend to be habitual about how they do their business. And a lot of these cases they're apples and oranges.
Over 30 unsolved murders since the early 70s. I mean, the scale of this thing is just overwhelming. There must be some connections.
Are a couple of these cases connected? Well, absolutely. Common sense tells you that they are. Is there a couple that, in my opinion, could be? Yeah, a couple.
Find some connections, start to see a pattern, and we get closer to working out what kind of people are doing all the killing down here. I've heard about a cluster of 4 bodies that were found just off the I-45, about halfway between Houston and Galveston. Locals say the place is haunted, but I've got to see it for myself. They call it the Killing Fields. It's a quiet afternoon in League City, Texas, April 1984. When a young family has death land on their doorstep, literally. That skull sparks a full-scale police search. A couple of 100 yards away, in a secluded field, they find the remains of a young woman. She's Heidi Fye, a 23-year-old cocktail waitress, and she's been missing for 6 months. 2 years later, another body is found in the same field. This time, the cops can't identify her. She becomes Jane Doe. And while they dig around the field for clues, another body, just a skeleton now. DNA connects this victim to a girl reported missing 2 years earlier, Laura Miller. She was only 16. 5 years after that, one more body turns up here. Probable age 31, so decomposed, she can't be identified. She becomes Janet Doe. A forensic artist thinks this is what she looked like. So the discovery of Janet Doe, 1991, means 2 unidentified victims. That's 2 families out there somewhere, grieving, wondering, suffering. Where's my girl? Your girl's here, in the killing field. You just don't know it yet. You know, it's like I look at these pictures, and it's like, who are you? Why has nobody claimed these girls? For my colleague John Kelly, the connections between the Killing Fields murders feel strong.
The way to narrow it down is through the various commonalities.
Right.
You know, you're looking at geography, the dump site. You're looking at the age of the victims, okay? What commonalities group together? What fits the particular serial's fantasy, okay? Who is the victim of choice that he's entertaining in his mind's eye?
Raven always tells me there's no coincidence in murder. 4 bodies in one spot spells dump site to him. But what else does it say about the killer? Why were all these girls found in that area? I mean, you're out in the middle of nowhere there.
This person knows the area really well. He knows who the neighbors are. He knows who's watching and who's quick watching. So if this person that is doing that has a lot of time to deal with this, you can walk out there or drive out there and place the body where he wants to place it, where it's different than top it off.
The I-45 corridor may be full of transient people and more than a few transient killers. But whoever dumped the bodies in the killing field was local enough to know that he could drive down here at night and no one would bother him. Still, there's one thing he didn't know. On some nights, a man was waiting for him. The father of one of his victims.
So I often thought back then that whoever's doing this is coming back out here. That's why I came out all the time. I had a .44 Magnum was obsessed with this place.
This is Tim Miller. His daughter, Laura, went missing in 1984. And 2 years later, her body was found here. As her life ended, a terrible new one began for him. A life of searching.
All the time you spent out here, searching. Talk to me about what you found.
Out here? Bunch of grief. Drank a lot of beer. Found nothing. But when I was putting that cross in the ground, it was 10 days before Christmas, and we planted a little Christmas tree beside it. When I was digging, I found one of Laura's fingers.
For nearly 30 years, Tim Miller has been searching for answers. Who took his baby girl away? Why did she end up here? How did she die?
If Laura died of some violent type death or was raped and then choked, you know what I don't want to know? I just want to believe, and I put it in my mind, that Laura was so fearful for her life that she went into seizures and she never knew what happened. There was never any pain, and that's what I got to keep in my mind.
That's what you keep telling yourself?
That's what I have to tell myself. So I have to. I can't believe anything else. I've come too far to want to believe anything else. So if I'm in denial, it's okay. That's what keeps me going. It's okay. He couldn't have done that to her. Couldn't have.
Laura Miller was only 16. She walked out the door of her home in League City, just 3 miles from the killing fields. She told her father she was going to call her boyfriend from a payphone at the convenience store. No cell phones back in 1984. Of course, he thought nothing of it. Why would he?
There's one thing worse than having a murdered child, and that's knowing they're dead out there somewhere and never being able to say goodbye. And you know what? When Laura's body was finally positively identified, I believe I remember taking that sigh of relief, at least I know. Prior to that, every time my phone rang or somebody pulled in my driveway or knocked on my door, I literally got heart palpitations. Now I knew. Now I knew.
That feeling drove Tim Miller to do something. He formed an organization called Texas EquiSearch. They crisscrossed the country helping search for missing people. And that's what Tim does now. Instead of waiting at the killing field, nursing a beer and a .44 Magnum, he helps because he knows the pain is just too much.
I have went to funerals for parents that have lost their child. Some of these parents are still basically paralyzed. They can't put their lives back together. You know, no matter what you do, you know, there's always that empty seat at the dinner table that nobody can fill.
When Tim Miller's daughter, Laura, was found dead here in the killing field, he upended his life in the hunt for her killer. Then one day, he thought he found him, living on the property next door, a man called Robert Abel.
Robert told me, he said, hey, they're blaming me for the murder of all these girls. They did a search warrant in my house. And at that moment, I thought, oh my God, I'm standing in front of the guy that murdered my daughter.
Robert Abel worked nearby at NASA, an eccentric rocket scientist. His ex-wife alleged he was violent, and he followed the killing fields case closely. To Tim Miller and the police, he looked very suspicious. Problem was, not a shred of evidence could connect Abel to the killing field murders. Crazed with grief, Tim Miller hounded him, came close to shooting him, and finally realized he had it all wrong.
Robert was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He moved into the neighborhood at the wrong time. He got the property at the wrong time. And Robert didn't have anything to do with these murders.
But it was too late. Robert's life had been destroyed.
The man's career was wrecked. His reputation was ruined. He eventually moves back to Central Texas to quietly live out the rest of his life. But he could never get over the humiliation that he had endured. And one day he drove his little golf cart and parked it on the railroad tracks just as a railroad train was coming over, and it killed him.
Just before Abel left town, he and Tim Miller had one final showdown.
And I said, Robert, I said, you know what? Hopefully someday you can forgive me for what I've done to your life. I said, I am sorry. I am so sorry. You didn't have anything to do with murdering my daughter. And Robert hugged me and started crying. Robert was also another victim. Robert was another victim.
Tim Miller fought some demons out here in the killing fields. The pain is etched on his face. He never did come face to face with that killer, but he did uncover a clue. An incredible link between his daughter and the first young woman found here, Heidi Fye. Just a few hours standing here in the Texas killing field is enough to send a chill running through my heart. 4 innocent young women were dumped here. It's secluded, it's quiet, and there are hundreds of other places just like it, dotted along the I-45 freeway. If you scream out here, there's no one to help you. If you run, there's nowhere to go. Tim Miller grieves for all the dead that were found in this field. He spent years searching for answers, and eventually, one came. A connection between his daughter, Laura, and the first young woman found here, Heidi Fye.
And I found out that Heidi only lived 4 blocks away from us, and Heidi was last seen at the same payphone.
Boom. What are the odds? 2 young women living only blocks apart, both found dead in the killing field. And their last call is from the same payphone. I had to go to that place and see for myself. A serial killer hunted here in plain view.
Here we are. Really, we could be anywhere in America. Suburbia. People getting out of work, people going to dance class, people going bowling, just driving by. Convenience stores, gas stations. The I-45 is right there. Does anybody come here to die? No, you come here to shop, you come to get a cup of coffee, you come to gas up your motorcycle.
Just like Heidi Fye and Laura Miller. The last thing they'd expect, or anybody driving by would expect, is that it'd be the last time they ever came here.
We're right. Come on.
Oh, well, okay.
So if you have 2 girls abducted from the same site, right? Does that mean it's the same guy?
To me, it does.
Why?
When you look at the shared abduction site, he grabbed one girl there, he got away with it. He came back, he grabbed another. It's like if you're out fishing. You know, you catch a fish in one hole. 6 months later, you go fishing again. Where do you go? You go back to the same hole because you caught a fish there.
You know who you remind me of? You sound like Raven a little bit. He would say that. There are no coincidences in murder.
There are no coincidences as far as I'm concerned. There's only percentage. And when you're not playing percentages, you're not in the game.
Kelly and Raven have been stewing on this case for days. You don't hear a story like Tim Miller's and not get affected.
Okay, Raven, couple of the girls were abducted from basically the same point, the same area. What's the significance of that? Does that mean it's the same perpetrator?
If it's in the same area, I would say it is the same guy. I think that probably the guy hangs out in that very same area. I think he sees the people and walked up to them and talked to them and convinced them to get in the vehicle with him. I don't think he forced them in. I think they wanted to go with him.
They wanted to go with him. That would mean this guy wasn't so scary to begin with. But why did they get in the car?
How did he get them into the vehicle? How did he grab them? I mean, you can't just grab a girl and pull her off the street in front of people.
That's the big question. And I think he used their female sensibility against them. He manipulated their female nurturing and caring. Can you help me find my dog? Hey, can you help me find my child? I can't find my child. Right. Could you help me? I need help. I have my arm in a cast. I mean, you know, women have that nurturing aspect about them, and many women are very willing to help and are caring. Like with Ted Bundy. How did Ted Bundy get so many of his victims?
Right. He feigned injuries. I mean, it's an old trick, but it keeps working. Someone saw this killer. He was right there at that convenience store. But how would you know? It isn't easy to spot a serial killer on the street. The only time you'll see his true self is when you're about to die. I've got a contact down here who knows a lot about these cases. He's a Texan journalist who finds himself writing about murder all too often.
The great mystery is why so many girls have disappeared. And what you're dealing with here is a catastrophe.
Skip Hollandsworth has studied this region, and he's frightened by what he sees.
Is it actually possible that this is a kind of mecca for the serial killer mind? It's an interstate that, even though it's close to such a major urban city as Houston, is very much this isolated little world unto itself. It's the kind of place where someone could be thrown into the marsh adjoining the interstate and never be seen again.
The countryside is perfect for dumping bodies, and the community is dominated by heavy industry, with thousands of contract workers coming and going.
These are communities that support the oil refineries, that support the shipping industry. It's a transient world.
Of course, plenty of those people are good people. Hell, they're the ones losing their daughters. But like John Kelly has told me, these transient areas are the perfect cover for a killer. He drifts in, drifts out. No one suspects that he leaves a trail of dead beside this highway.
I think what the I-45 killings illuminate is how easy it is, no matter what kind of technology we have with law enforcement, to kill and get away with it and then kill again.
I'm in Texas, driving down the I-45 between Houston and Galveston. On the road to murder. 40 years worth of murder.
You can spend weeks driving up and down I-45, stopping in these little towns and meeting parents whose girls are gone. Some of them have been found, murdered, buried, thrown to the side of the road. Some have never been found. And for these parents, when you walk into their houses, you realize their lives sort of came to a stop the day their girls walked out of the house and were never seen again.
Friendswood, Texas, 30 minutes south of Houston, just off the I-45. A very pleasant, semi-rural community, once rated as one of the top 10 safest places in America. It's here that on the morning of April 3rd, 1997, Laura Smither counted down another day towards her 13th birthday. An avid ballet dancer, Laura has decided that she needs to work on her fitness. It'll help her dance better.
That morning, her little brother and I had started making pancakes, and that was her favorite breakfast. She loved pancakes with bacon. And Laura came through and said, Mom, I'm going to go for a run. And we really thought we lived in an extremely safe place and out here in the country that it was perfectly fine.
Gay Smither is haunted by the thoughts that strike any parent who's been hit by tragedy. What if that day had gone differently? What if she'd stopped her? What if?
She said, okay, I'll be back in 20 minutes when breakfast's ready. And she took off on that run. And so it was with her that, bye, Mom, and she left. And that was the last time we saw her.
Laura jogged up a quiet country lane near her house and set off on her run.
Just the fact that she said she'd be back and she wasn't, you know, I didn't want to think the very worst at that point, but clearly something was not right. This was not Laura.
And we knew immediately something was really wrong.
Bob and Gay Smither drove frantically up and down these roads. They called 911. The FBI came in. They found nothing.
It was like she had vanished into thin air. Just vanished. You know, there was no trace, nothing.
The search goes on for 2 weeks. The local cops tell Bob Smither, we've never lost a kid in Friendswood. This doesn't happen, not here. But stories like this don't often have happy endings.
The sort of the hope that we held on to was that we would tell each other that if somebody had her and as they got to know her, there's no way they could hurt her because you really couldn't if you know her, if you knew her. So that's the sort of hope that we held on to through most of the search.
The problem is, serial killers don't want to know their victims. They don't feel the love of a parent. They don't feel, period. And 17 days after Laura left on that jog, Bob and Gay got the news.
Somewhere around 10 o'clock that night, the police came to tell us that a body had been found, and the chief's words were to us, "It is our girl." And then we knew.
And I basically bolted for the bedroom and screamed. That's all I knew to do.
Laura's body had been found floating in a pond about 12 miles away. She had been brutally assaulted and decapitated. Friendswood was no longer one of the safest places in America.
The fear was almost physical down here. You could just sense that people began to put everything together, that something horrible, something evil was on the loose. People moved out of here. People moved to different parts of the country. They hovered over their children. For a long time, that's how it felt down here.
Laura's murder remains unsolved, but Bob and Gay Smither did make a shocking discovery. Their Garden of Eden wasn't as safe as they thought.
The sad truth is Harris County and Galveston County was the dumping ground for sex offenders for many, many years.
One police survey showed there were 2,100 sex offenders living in the region between Houston and Galveston. Just like Tim Miller, Bob and Gay Smither have felt compelled to do something to help others. They formed the Laura Recovery Center, an organization that works to stop our children going missing and help find them if they do.
And that's the worst darkness of all. The families who go year upon year searching for their children, not knowing what happened. Is your child still out there? Can they be brought home? And if the worst has happened, they've been discarded like garbage and they don't even have a decent burial.
And how do you know when your kids are safe again? Laura Smithers' murder is still unsolved, just like so many others down here. The killers are still out there. Is this how it ends? What have we come to? Where our children are victims and our children are killers. I don't understand it. All that pain. 30 girls, 50 girls, I don't know how many, but one girl is too many. How does it come down to murder? How does it come down to a guy chasing a girl through the woods and she's screaming for her life and he doesn't care? There's gotta be hope. There's gotta be hope that A, we catch these bastards and lock them up, and that there's redemption here. Somewhere there's redemption in all of this. I just gotta find it. I'm a parent too, and I lost a sister-in-law to murder. When I put myself in the shoes of these parents, it's agonizing. Still, inside all the darkness down here, I found a glimmer of light, the light of justice. Since I've been down here in Texas, I've been haunted by a pattern to this terrible collection of killings. So many murders between Houston and Galveston began with an everyday slice of life. Laura Miller and Heidi Fye were just heading out to the store and ended up in the killing fields. Then, 12 years later, in 1996, history started repeating itself.
This area of town that this happened, there were people around. It's busy. It's a busy street. It's a busy store.
Wow.
It's the middle of the day.
Crystal Jean Baker was 13, dreaming of being as glamorous as her great aunt, Norma Jean Baker, AKA Marilyn Monroe.
Her mother had bought her first pair of high heel shoes, and they were over at her father's house, which was maybe a couple of miles down the road.
Crystal, she had a lot of spirit. She wanted those shoes right away, and she wouldn't wait for a family member to give her a ride.
And they told her, you know, give me a little bit and I'll come get you, but I can't come get you right now. And so she got impatient and started walking, and they never saw her again.
Hey, sugar, you want to ride? No, I'm fine, thank you. Oh, come on, it's safe. I won't bite. I promise I won't bite.
4 hours later, a body is found under the Trinity River Bridge, east of Houston.
She was found face down, panties exposed, no shoes, no bra. Just, to me, when I saw the pictures, It just looked like somebody had just thrown her out like a piece of trash.
For 15 years, Crystal Baker was just another name in the all too long list of unsolved murders down here. But she wasn't forgotten. The law was looking out for her. Justice was coming. The killer's DNA was found on her body, his semen on her dress, his flesh under her fingernails where she had fought for her life. And in 2010, that DNA gave up a match. Kevin Edison Smith.
The high-profile case has prompted officers to escort Smith by car from the jail to the courthouse, which is only across the parking lot. Inside the courtroom, the prosecution showed the jury pictures of Crystal Jean Baker's body.
Smith had been arrested on a drug charge in Louisiana. His DNA went into a national database and matched the DNA of Crystal Baker's killer.
And when they told him what he was under arrest for, he just stood there for a second. It's almost like he was going through a Rolodex in his mind of which one was she.
That arrest brought him face to face with Crystal's avenging angel, Chambers County District Attorney Cheryl Leak.
The funny thing about Kevin Smith is he's very quiet, but he likes to play stupid. He doesn't want you to know how smart he really is.
I think I was drinking with my buddies earlier. I got pretty drunk and seen a girl walking down the highway. So went down the highway and picked her up.
In an interview with Cheryl Leak, Kevin Smith confessed to Crystal's murder, but he claimed that it was all an accident.
I had almost a physical reaction when he said that.
And I'll tell you, she just freaked out. She just was swinging and hitting me and just going crazy. And I'm just trying to hold, please, please stop, please, please. And I had choked and everything, and next thing I know, she stopped, she stopped breathing. But I never, never intentionally did that.
But the evidence catches Smith in his lie. Crystal had been choked with a strap. Blood and bruising showed she was probably on her knees. She also had other violent sexual injuries on her body. The DA can see right through Smith, and what she sees is terrifying.
She had gone missing at 1, and by 5, she had already been reported murdered. That's not somebody that had a hard time killing anybody. That's somebody that knew what they were doing, knew where to dump her, knew how to do it. I mean, that's a quick murder. I just knew that this one was not his first murder, nor was it his last.
The DA's office investigated Kevin Smith's life, where he lived, where he worked, his police record. And guess what? It fits the profile of the kind of killer John Kelly sees operating along this I-45 corridor. He was a welder, worked all over the region at different refineries, and he lived all over too. Transient to a T. And Cheryl Leak found something else. Remember the story of Jessica Kane? Her truck found abandoned on the side of I-45? Kevin Smith lived nearby.
I think anything's possible with Kevin Smith. She was young, she was small, and he was living right by there in that area at the time that she went missing.
It's like if Ted Bundy lived in that area, you'd have
Well, yeah, you'd have to be a fool not to at least look at him for it. But he's not talking. We've tried to talk to him. He's not saying a word.
The DA's office can't prove anything, but at least Kevin Smith isn't going to kill again. He's serving life in prison. It's unlikely he'll ever get parole.
It's not all darkness. There is some light here. Crystal Jean Baker. That case is why we do what we do. A psychopath is arrested in another state, his DNA hits, and bang, a case is solved. You know what? Families have answers. It can happen. It can happen. We can have answers.
It all depends on what evidence that the defendant has left behind. And in most cases, there's something.
And that's why keeping these cold cases alive is so important to me. This I-45 corridor has way more questions than answers. It's mile after mile of unsolved cases. Some will never be solved, but some will. Crystal Baker proved that. I just hope we can find answers for people like Bob and Gay Smither, for Tim Miller, for all the families grieving down here. It may be a serial killer's paradise, but the weather can turn bad at any moment.
I know that there is somebody that has a clue about one of these killings who's never said anything out of complete fear that the killer's coming after them next. You can tell it. I've done interviews with people over the years who start talking and then stop. Somebody knows an answer to at least some of these killings.
We're still looking. And, you know, we could come knocking on your door tomorrow. Be prepared for it.
I think the secret to all of this is to never take no for an answer. And you can't run forever. At some point, you're gonna get caught.
He'd be covered in blood all over his shirt, all over his hands, his wrists, on his face.
In rural Connecticut and Massachusetts, blonde, blue-eyed girls disappear without a trace.
I looked back once. That was the last time I ever saw it.
He kept them down in that dirt cellar, and he was always burying something in the backyard. Always.
Could they all be victims of one monster?
If the killer has the girl in his vehicle, it's already too late.
This is the person of interest. I mean, I'm M. William Phelps, crime author, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer. Because he is one. July 26, 1973. In the quiet town of Tolland, Connecticut, a blonde, blue-eyed girl rides her bike along a forest track behind her home. Janice Pocket is just 7 years old, and it's the first time her mom has let her go out on her own.
I remember my sister asking, can I go on my bike up the road to get the butterfly?
Janice's younger sister, Mary, remembers it like yesterday.
A couple days before, we had gone for a walk, and she had found a butterfly. It was dead, but it was in perfect shape. She had tucked it very neatly under a rock on the dirt road where we had been walking. And she had asked, can I go and get the butterfly? And my mom said, okay, go, but come right back.
What could be more innocent than a kid looking for a butterfly, not 200 yards from her home, in a tiny, tight-knit community where everyone knows everyone? At least, they thought they did.
The next thing I remember is walking up the road holding my mom's hand.
Janice?
Looking for my sister because she hadn't come home.
Janice?
When we got up the road and went around a curve, and there was her bike, you know, laying on the side of the dirt road. That's the last thing I remember about that day.
Janice!
Just my mom calling her name and calling her and calling her.
In the week that follows, more than 800 volunteers join the search. Scuba teams dredge ponds. A National Guard chopper hovers overhead. And local businessmen and donors stake a $10,000 reward. But Janice is never found.
Do you think that Janice is still alive?
I don't. No, I don't. I think she's probably buried somewhere or in somebody's basement somewhere, or I don't know, but I honestly don't think she's alive. I mean, as much as I want to know what happened and who did it, even more, I just want to find her and bring her home so she can rest in peace. You know, that's my number one, you know?
A little over a year later, and just a few miles away in Vernon, another girl, Lisa White. This is Prospect Street in Vernon, Connecticut, where Lisa White, 13 years old, left a friend's house one day, started walking right here down this street, and disappeared. Her body hasn't even been found. It's personal to me because I went to school right there. I went to school with Lisa's sister, April. And I remember the time. I mean, with Lisa White and Janice Pocket was another girl. These two names were synonymous with a ghost walking the streets of Vernon, Tolland. A ghost walking around, snatching up little kids. And you know, you looked at April as she walked through the hall, and yeah, she was beautiful and gorgeous and all that. But there was this shadow behind her. Shadow of a missing sister. I knew their mother, Judy, too. She always wanted me to look into Lisa's case. And I promised I would, that I'd find her some answers. But before I could, Judy died in 2012. I've been dreading this moment coming up here. I don't know, it's strange. It feels like I don't belong here. And I think part of that is because Judy's gone. Because Judy would have been here with me, standing here with me, talking about her daughter and where her daughter went missing. But she's gone, like her daughter. So I go speak to April and see what April can give me.
She had strawberry-colored blonde hair, and she had blue eyes, and she had the most beautiful smile.
April is Lisa White's kid sister. They grew up dancing together. Yeah, when you were kids, what were her dreams?
I think she wanted to be a dancer. It was a major part of our life. My sister just excelled, especially with the more powerful tumbling. She was an incredible tumbler. And she just seemed to pick up, but she had no fear of anything. I mean, she was just a risk taker from the get-go.
Talk to me about the days leading up to Lisa's disappearance.
I knew that she was hanging around people that she shouldn't have been. And my mother was very angry about it. And they were young men, actually, you know, able to drive. Now, sometimes she would stay out late, but she would never stay out all night. I just remember the next morning was a Saturday morning, I believe, and we were supposed to go to dance lessons. My mother was scrambling around the house on the phone, and I didn't know what was going on. And I said, "Where's Lisa?" And she said, "Never mind, just go to dancing with your grandfather." And after that, it was just a mess, a mess. I had to go to school, and there was a poster, and it said missing, and it was my sister's picture on it, and it broke me. That's one thing I remember seeing. Go to the grocery store, the one grocery store we had in town, and you would see missing. And then go to the library, and missing, and be my sister.
Officially, Janice and Lisa are still listed as missing. But anyone familiar with these cases knows what's more likely. They were abducted and murdered, I believe, by the same predator. The thing about this guy is, he gives away what he likes. With his victims, he gives away that he likes blonde, blue-eyed, young girls.
As long as she's a blonde, she fits the bill. This killer sees one of these girls, then moves in, quick snatch and grab, he's gone.
I know another killer who preyed on a certain type, which is why it's good he's in a cage. He's caused enough pain and suffering for 100 lifetimes, and now he's paying for it with back-to-back life sentences. He's a chained animal. I call him Raven.
Okay, Raven. Janice Pocket and Lisa White. How do you think this killer lured them?
I think there's an opportunity. You drive down the road long enough, sooner or later, something's gonna stand out in front of you.
Why is he choosing blonde, blue-eyed girls?
Maybe somewhere in his family, where his first victim was death in nature. Maybe that was his first sexual experience as well. Maybe that's exactly why he's going back looking for that same look-alike person that might give him that same sexual release.
What's it like? You've crossed that line and decided to kill her. What goes through your mind next?
Here's the location where I'm going to put the body. Like I decided before I even killed, where back I'm going to go with this. Where I'm going to get rid of it. Because you've got to have a plan.
There's no doubt Janice and Lisa's killer had a plan. Because 40 years later, there's still no sign of their remains. But would he be so careful with his next victim?
We're looking at a predator who was really quick to react. And within seconds, he's got that girl off the street and into the car. That fast. This isn't the first time this guy's done this.
Criminal profiler John Kelly is describing the abduction of 10-year-old Holly Perinian in 1993. He believes it's linked to the Janice Pocket and Lisa White cases based on the MO.
This guy's moving at lightning speed because he doesn't want to get caught. And you know and I know that 76% of stranger abductions by these predators, the poor victim's killed within 3 hours.
I'm at the corner of South Shore Drive and Allen Road in Sturbridge, Massachusetts. It was here that Holly Perinian went missing while on vacation with her family.
right here on this road, this is where Holly Perinian was abducted. One of her sneakers was actually found right on the road here. And John Kelly thinks that maybe Holly's case is connected to Janice Pocket and Lisa White in Connecticut just over the border. The question is, are they? We know that Lisa White and Janice Pocket, we know their abductions were similar to this. You know, the side of the road, near the woods, in the middle of the day. You have three girls, similar in age. They could be sisters, the three of them.
To get the full story, I'm meeting with Holly's father, Rick, and brother, Zachary.
This one here is just Holly and
That's
Christmas.
Holly the Christmas before she was murdered. She was a happy kid, very well adjusted. She wanted to be a 10-year-old's dream, a marine biologist, work with dolphins, and she was like the leader of the kids. She had almost like taken over as their mother.
Single dad Rick Perinian describes Holly the way he likes to think of her, the way she was, until the morning of August 5th, 1993.
The night before, we discovered a litter of puppies up at the end of the road at a farmhouse. So she had asked if she could go up and see if the puppies were out yet again. So I had said, thinking of the buddy system, as a you can go, but take your brothers, and only one of her brothers wanted to go.
Holly's kid brother, Zach, goes with her.
I don't know, it was a nice day out. It seemed like a beautiful day, blue skies, you know, nice weather, a little bit of a breeze.
Suddenly, 5-year-old Zach is frightened by a loud bang.
You know, I told her I wanted to go and all this, and I was scared, and, you know, I walked home, and I looked back once. That was the last time I ever saw her.
Just minutes later, her dad realizes Holly's on her own and goes to look for her. But all that's left of Holly, along the dirt track leading home, is one of her little red shoes. Rick calls police and a search begins, but there's no sign of her.
How are you feeling as her father as night falls?
Totally helpless. I've never been so helpless. I mean, there was nothing I could do, and in the back of my mind, I was already thinking the worst.
Days turn into weeks, then months, and still nothing.
And what's the first piece of information you really get, and when?
Probably the first piece of information is when they finally found her.
And that's 3 months after Holly disappeared, in woodlands just a few miles from where she was last seen.
It was the first day of bird season out there. One of the detectives said, "We found something in the woods, and we want you to come out to Sturbridge." And I had asked, and they said, "We found the other shoe," which I pretty much had a gut feeling that they had found her too.
Police believe Holly's remains were dumped at this location on the same day she was abducted. To get more information, I'm meeting former Massachusetts State Trooper Bob Benoit. In 2000, Benoit develops a person of interest in Holly's case. He can't be named, so I'll refer to him as the woodcutter.
We ended up interviewing a lot of people. One of them in particular had overheard the woodcutter confessing to the death of the Perinian girl. I said, "Well, okay." And I said, "What did he say?" And he said he was crying. He says he was crying, and he was like real drunk. And he said, "You know, we didn't mean to kill her. We didn't mean to kill her. It was an accident. You know, we hit her with the car, and we were driving too fast at the time, and you know, and he says we both were drunk and high on drugs. We didn't want the police to be involved, so the kid says we took her and we put her in the car and we buried her in the woods.
Benoit investigates the woodcutter and his accomplice, a friend who was allegedly driving the car. But there's not enough evidence to bring charges.
It would be great to get these things solved. I mean, it'd be great because it never goes away. You know, I'm looking at the poster over there. A lot of cops around here have that poster. They have it in their house. Might have it in their garage as a reminder. They have it, you know, I got a couple of pictures on my desk at home. And, you know, it just never goes away.
If the woodcutter and his friend are responsible, it blows away Kelly's theory about these three girls being connected.
I think I need to find out if I can, if Holly Perinian, if her body showed any signs of being struck by a car. I think for me, that would make sense. Because I've seen cars come around that corner at 50 miles an hour. And if those two guys were drunk and they were driving and she was running down here, they could have easily struck her, they could have easily panicked, they could have wrapped her in a blanket, picked her up, because her body was dumped 3 miles away, basically off the side of the road. So that makes sense to me. But sometimes things aren't what they seem. Rick, do you think Holly was struck by a car and maybe the person panicked?
I don't think so, because what I have been told by the police, there was no evidence of blunt trauma on any broken bones. There wasn't really any evidence. It was a dirt road. You would have seen skid marks, and there wasn't even a burnout mark, or I didn't even see a tire track, because that was one of the first things I looked for was tire tracks.
Have they ever told you what her cause of death was?
They figured that it was probably strangulation.
Strangulation? This is exclusive information, never before released to the public. It casts severe doubt over the car accident scenario.
There's no evidence to support it was an accident. Someone intended to do this. You know, just a bad person, you know.
Holly's murder changes her brother Zach forever.
I grew up my whole life never trusting, you know, anyone older than me, really. Never, you know, feeling safe when I was alone. Most of my life, I always carried a weapon on me. Basically just built up a lot of hate. I mean, I've had problems with alcohol and stuff.
Since the tragedy occurred, Zach is literally haunted by the face of a man he believes killed Holly.
There's just this image always popped into my head of who, for some reason, like that's what I thought the person looked like.
In 2005, with the help of a sketch artist, Zach produces a composite of the man in his nightmares. Is it simply the product of a tortured mind? Or did Zach see someone that day?
I've gone to therapy, and they seem kind of convinced that I probably had seen something, but I didn't remember it. And maybe that was what the loud bang was.
Is that loud bang just a 5-year-old's way of suppressing a more frightening memory? The memory of Holly's murderer? And if it is, will Zach's sketch help bring justice to the family?
I don't think justice could ever do what needs to be done to this person.
With Holly, the abduction MO definitely matches the earlier victims. But without the bodies of Janice Pocket and Lisa White, we can't know if they were killed in the same way, too. What does strangulation say about this predator?
You got to take into consideration she was strangled. That means this guy's not afraid to get up close and personal with a young girl.
know, it's sickening when you think about it.
In rural towns along the Connecticut-Massachusetts border, 3 blonde girls have been snatched by a predator.
Well, what you're looking at is a pedophile who's a sexual sociopath and psychopath, okay? I mean, he's all of those. You know, he likes younger girls, little girls. He doesn't care how they feel, how their family feels. He has no guilt, no remorse. The most dangerous of all the boogeymen. He's the one parents go to bed at night fearing.
Similarities in the 3 cases suggest they may be linked.
Lisa White, Holly Perinian, Janice Pocket. They look a lot alike. Their abductions were similar. Side of the road, the sun shining. He's abducting kids in the middle of the day.
They're all grabbed within 30 miles of each other along the Interstate 84 corridor. And then a 4th girl, and another more disturbing link. In 1993, shortly after 3rd victim Holly Perinian goes missing, Molly Bish, another blonde girl from nearby Warren, Massachusetts, writes a touching letter to Holly's parents. "I wish I knew Holly," she writes. "I hope they find her. She is still in my heart." Just weeks later, Holly is found. Murdered. Then, in June 2000 in Warren, Massachusetts, just 10 miles from where Holly was taken, something uncanny, something unbelievable occurs. Maggie Bish drops her 16-year-old daughter, Molly, off at Cummins Pond, where she works as a lifeguard.
Love you, Mom.
Alone on the beach, Molly prepares for another day of watching the kids who come here with their families to swim. But someone is watching her. Just minutes after her arrival, she's abducted.
The connection between these 2 blonde, blue-eyed girls is just incredible. One girl writes a letter to the other girl's parents, and then she goes missing herself under really the same circumstances 7 years later.
Is it just a bizarre twist of fate? Or is Molly a victim of that same predator? In the woods behind Cummins Pond, I'm meeting with an ex-cop who was one of the first on the scene, retired policeman Tim McGuigan.
Her chair was set up. There was a towel over the chair. Her flip-flops were still there. And the first aid kit was open.
Was Molly simply checking that her kit was fully stocked? Or was it something more sinister?
Whoever the person was who took her may have used a ruse to say, I cut my finger, I hurt myself. And Molly, being excited about her job and being very good at her job and proud of her job, would obviously want to help this person.
McGuigan interviews the woman who discovered Molly was missing.
She saw what she described as a swath going up the hill. Now, if you look at this hill, it's very steep, which would lead anyone to believe that someone was taken up that hill against their will.
McGuigan learns that from the time Molly is dropped off at the pond to when the woman notices she's gone, just 10 minutes pass.
The window of opportunity for her to be taken is very, very small, which would lead me to believe that this is somebody who's probably very organized. I think that whoever grabbed her knew her routine.
Tim's hunch is backed up by an incident the day before. When Molly's mom drops her off, she locks eyes with a strange man in a white car.
She stated she had kind of an uneasy feeling about that. And she saw this man kind of stare at her.
With Maggie Bish's help, police later produce a sketch of the man. They wonder, was he stalking Molly? And as the investigation continues, their suspicions grow. Turns out, on the morning of Molly's abduction, someone else had also seen a white car near Cummins Pond.
If you came up from where the swath of that pine needles, where that woman described, if you went to the end of that trail, there's a cemetery where that person would have parked. And the cemetery worker said they saw a white car fitting the description that Maggie had seen the day before.
Police mount the largest search in Massachusetts state history, but Molly isn't found. 3 years pass before her skeletal remains are discovered in woodlands just a few miles from Cummins Pond. So right over here is where the white car is spotted the day before Molly goes missing. There's a man with a mustache in it, smoking, tossing his butts out there. The question is, was he waiting for her? And why didn't he grab her that day? Why did he wait till the next day? Maybe because Maggie Bish saw him. So what's very significant to me here as I walk up on the beach is that I can't see the beach. There's a ridge right here. The parking lot's there. So there's the 10-minute window of opportunity Molly's abductor had. Because from the parking lot, you can't see the beach where Molly Bish was. But if you just walk up this way, the water begins to appear. So there's the beach, and there's the lifeguard station, the chair. So if she's abducted from that area there, no one on the other side of this ridge could have seen it happen. Her abductor had to know that. This guy planned this thing down to a science. He knew exactly what he was doing, exactly who he was grabbing, and exactly when he was going to do it. He knew it. If this is the same predator who abducted the other 3 girls, is he growing smarter with each victim? If we look at the abductions, White and Pocket in the 70s, they were kind of hasty, quick, snatch and grab. And then we look at Molly. Molly's abduction was planned, absolutely planned. So there you have the evolution of a serial killer. Am I right?
You're right. When you look at the way Cummins Pond is laid out, this is a hometown guy who knew the area and who surveilled her, who watched her, who stalked her. This was no novice. This guy didn't miss a beat.
A carefully planned, premeditated crime. Let's see if Raven agrees.
People say that there's premeditation and there's no premeditation in murder. Every murder is premeditated because you have that chance to not do it. But you have to make a conscious decision to do it.
What if the girl starts pleading for her life?
If the killer has the girl in his vehicle, it's already too late. There's nothing that girl will be able to say or do to make it go away.
Would this guy have known the places where he abducted those girls?
He's from the area. He may very well be unemployed. He has time enough to do these things without being caught up with time of day, where he has to be. I think he's probably a drifter to some extent. Likely he has a tendency to go off hunting because it gets a long time for solitude to think.
Raven confirms it. This guy plans his crimes. And he's given us some new profile points to consider. Kelly has one more to add.
I think this guy takes photographs. If he takes pictures, he's going to be able to relive the fantasy a lot longer and in a more profound way.
Between 1973 and 2000, 4 blonde girls are abducted in similar circumstances in New England. The search for the most recent victim, Molly Bish, gains national media attention
Warren Pond, where the 16-year-old lifeguard was abducted in 2000.
and makes American parents more wary than ever before.
You know, as a police officer, you want to stay somewhat hardened to this, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to do that.
Molly's case affects ex-cop Tim McGuigan so deeply, he leaves law enforcement in 2001. But even then, he can't stop looking for Molly.
I ran into a hunter who had found something, and he didn't understand the significance of what he had found. He had found a lot of things in the woods, mattresses, bed sheets.
Right.
So he didn't put it together. But as soon as he said a bathing suit,
Why would a bathing suit be in the woods?
Exactly.
We're on Whiskey Hill in Palmer, Massachusetts, 5 miles from where Molly was abducted. McGuigan has taken me to the spot where that bathing suit was found in June 2003. It's the kind of terrain only hunters would be familiar with. And sure enough, rifle fire echoes nearby.
that's the spot.
Right here. You're having an emotional reaction to this again. I mean, time doesn't do anything, huh?
No.
In the days following the discovery of her bathing suit, Molly's skeletal remains are found scattered on the hillside. What kind of guy does this?
I would describe this person as a mission-oriented, organized, intelligent person who plans things out.
Methodical.
Methodical, yes.
Someone who's done it before.
Someone who's practiced, yes.
And who will do it again.
Won't stop. Can't stop.
In 2009, a strong person of interest is identified in the Molly Bish case. I can't use his real name, so we'll refer to him as the Hunter. He lived in the area when Molly disappeared, was known to fish where she was abducted and hunt where she was found. He matches the description of the man in the white car. And right after Molly disappeared, he fled Massachusetts. What I want to know is, could this be the guy who snatched all 4 blonde victims? To find out, I'm meeting with the Hunter's ex-wife and his daughter. They're risking a lot by talking to me, so I have to keep them anonymous.
So thanks for meeting me. I greatly appreciate it. I know it's not easy, and this is heavy stuff. Describe yourself when you met your ex-husband, what you look like.
Long blonde hair, the blue eyes, small, tiny, you know.
Blonde, blue-eyed, and petite. Just like the 4 victims.
These are some of the cases that I'm working on. That's Holly Perinian. This is Lisa White. This is Janice Pocket. And this is Molly Bish.
Oh my God. This one looks like me. This one looks like me when I was younger. This one looks like me too.
That reminds me of what Raven said about this predator having a type.
Talk me through a little bit where it started to go wrong.
Right after we got married. He just became more cruel and more psychologically abusive. And then, of course, the physical violence started. And then he started to abuse her as a baby in the crib. He was hitting her.
And was he abusive to animals a lot?
Oh, yes.
What would he do?
He would keep them for a while, and he kept them down in that dirt cellar.
At one point, he bought me a kitten, and one day it just wasn't there.
Now, he starts to hunt, right? Or he's a hunter.
All the time.
And describe that for me a little bit. He would go on hunting trips with his brother.
Yeah, and he would come back sometimes till the next day.
Did he bring home a lot of game? Deer? No?
No.
He'd be covered in blood all over his shirt, all over his hands, his wrists, on his face, and you know, he'd just say he was hunting. But when I realized that he wasn't bringing any meat home, I didn't believe anymore that he was hunting animals.
What'd you believe he was hunting?
People.
You ever see him carry bags, tarps, anything like that into that basement? Like leave his truck or something, go in his trunk, go down there?
Oh, yeah, and he was always burying something in the backyard. Always.
I'm looking at these cases with him on my mind. He's a person of interest. Do you think he's capable of killing that many women?
Oh, definitely.
And more.
Definitely. Women, children, animals, it doesn't matter. He will hurt them.
Was he ever sexually abusive to you?
Yes.
He was?
Yes. He put me down in the basement, and there was this chair down there, and he had my hand there and these vice grips.
And that's when we left.
That was more than 20 years ago. The hunter's daughter is now a grown woman, and his ex-wife is remarried to a man who treats them kindly. I don't want to dredge up any more bad memories, but I've got one last thing I need to ask.
I have a sketch that I want you to look at, and I want you to just, as soon as you see it, just tell me who you think it looks like. What comes to mind, okay?
Uncle.
That's yep.
That's my uncle. That's his brother.
Yep. That's my ex-brother-in-law.
Unbelievable. It's the sketch of the man Zach Perinian sees in his nightmares. The man he believes killed his sister Holly. And it matches the hunter's brother.
Would the hunter go see his brother often?
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
definitely. He was probably the one that he went to go see the most.
Could the hunter and his brother have been working as a team? And not just in Holly Perinian and Molly Bish's abductions, but in the abductions of Lisa White and Janice Pocket. My two sources tell me the hunter's brother used to live in Connecticut, in the neighboring town to where those first two victims went missing.
When you have the hunter's brother living in between Lisa White and Janice Pocket, near the time that they're both abducted, boy, you have to connect them just on that alone, I think.
You have to.
I remember laying in my bed at night and being worried that a monster was gonna come and get me.
Could one monster be responsible for 4 abductions over 30 years? If that is the case, we believe he'd fit this profile. He's focused on young blonde victims.
This guy has a blonde in his fantasy. It could be because somebody really excited him or hurt him and his family.
He's local to the Connecticut-Massachusetts borderlands along Interstate 84. At least he was when the crimes occurred.
We have a predator that has been working for decades in these areas.
He learns with each victim, becoming less opportunistic, more methodical.
He knew what she did all morning long. He's been watching her.
And the worst part, we believe his crimes are sexual. Right now, I'm looking at a person of interest who fits this profile to the letter.
The hunter spoke to one of his ex-wives and one of his daughters. horror show. Absolute horror show. These people lived in fear. These people lived in hell.
The hunter abused his wife and tortured his daughter. Maybe he tortured those 4 girls, too. It's hard to understand how anyone could be capable of such evil. Maybe Raven can explain.
Is there some sort of monster that takes over? Some sort of devil?
I don't think it's a monster. I think it's just wanting to do this. We're not monsters. We're not animals. We're human beings. This is what humans do. I mean, not all humans. This is what is in our nature. We go ahead and we do what we want to do.
Raven, do you believe you're mentally ill?
That's funny. No, I'm not mentally ill. I'm not crazy. I'm just a guy that made a few mistakes in my life, and I'm living with it.
Mistakes? Tell that to the grieving families. But the scariest part is, if murder really is that trivial to a killer like the hunter, what's to stop him from doing it again? I'm heading back to Vernon, Connecticut to meet again with Lisa White's sister, April. I know now I can connect the hunter to this area because his brother used to live nearby. Can April make any more connections for me?
I have some photos. Just to explain a little bit, we've developed a person of interest.
I can't show the photographs on camera, but I can show April's reaction. First up, the hunter.
This is the person of interest. I mean,
That jumps out at me.
You've seen this guy before.
I know I have, and I could tell by my reaction.
Next, I show April the hunter's ex-wife beside a picture of Lisa.
This is the hunter's wife at the time that Lisa was abducted. Look at the two of them together.
I thought that was a picture of my sister when I looked
Yeah.
at it.
They're identical. They're identical.
Uh-huh.
Lastly, I show April another picture of the hunter from the early 70s when Lisa was abducted.
That's another picture of him in circa the same time.
I don't know. There's something there. And just the cold chill that just comes over me.
When I first interviewed April, she said Lisa had been hanging around with older guys the night before she went missing. Could the hunter have been one of those guys?
He'd have been in the age range of 18, I'd say, 18 to 25, something like that.
Which is about the age of the boys my sister was with that evening.
April's reaction isn't evidence.
I don't know.
But it's a reason to look closer at the hunter as a person of interest in Lisa White's case. And then there's this. In late 2012, police retrieve what might be victim trophies from the hunter's former trailer home.
Hair combs, barrettes, and scrunchies that are seemingly teen stuff.
The disturbing collection of girls' trinkets are found along with violent pornography.
Massachusetts State Police boxed many of the items for a trip to the state crime lab.
This new evidence is being examined right now. If any of the items match to Lisa, Janice, Holly, or Molly, then we'll know for certain if the hunter was involved in their abductions. And if police make that connection, well, they know where to find him. The hunter is currently serving time in a U.S. prison for murdering his former girlfriend. As for his brother, he's still out there. But at least now, he's on the cops' radar.
I'm thinking about my promise to Judy Kelly before she died. And I'm feeling good about it. Because for the first time, in maybe 35 years, that case is moving again. And that makes me feel good.
But investigators still need your help to bring Lisa White and Janice Pocket home. And bring justice to the families of Holly Perinian and Molly Bish. In the wilds of Canada,
she sticks her thumb out and then she's never heard again.
There's a lonely highway.
Something went very wrong that night.
Daughters are going missing. And the forest hides a mystery.
A serial killer or a group of killers.
What kind of monster is driving the highway of tears?
It's like some evil coming over you and you can't stop till it's done.
I'm M. William Phelps, investigative journalist, and I have an obsession. Serial killer, cold cases.
Now, nearly 10 years later, investigators say they still need the public's help.
For me, it's personal. My sister-in-law was murdered, and her killer has never been caught. These killers are still out there. Their victims deserve justice. And just one new clue could make all the difference. I don't have a badge, but I do have something the cops don't have. Someone who understands the dark mind of a murderer.
As I started killing again and again, I saw it as a purpose.
Because he is one. This is British Columbia, the raw Canadian wilderness, 500 miles north of the US border. Fresh air, green meadows, clear streams. Up here, I feel far from the troubles and dangers of the big city. But it's a false sense of security. Because this highway I'm walking on has a nickname. The maps call it Highway 16. The locals call it the Highway of Tears. When night falls out here, it's not the bears you have to watch out for. It's the serial killers.
So I'm here in British Columbia, along the Highway of Tears, and I look around me and this beautiful river, steelhead and salmon fishing going on right in back of me. My God, do I wish I was here to fish. But I'm not. I'm here to look into the disappearance of many young girls and the murder and sexual assault of many more. So in one respect, you have paradise over my shoulder. But you know what? When I look at that highway, I see blood. I see tears, and I see darkness.
There was a string of unsolved killings. At least 5 of those victims are on the new police list.
From 1969 to 2006, 18 young women have officially gone missing or been murdered in this region. The locals say that number could be as high as 30. We're talking attractive young women, mostly teenagers and mostly hitchhikers. The bodies that have been found were dumped not far from the highway. All the cases are unsolved. Is this the work of one serial killer? Or is it something even more frightening? Is this lonely wilderness the hunting ground for a team of serial killers?
The Highway of Tears, Matthew, is a serial killer's dream.
And how does that correspond?
Criminal profiler John Kelly knows the mind of a serial killer better than anyone I know.
What we have out there, Kelly, is a stretch of highway about 900 miles long. The question is it a serial? Is it a team of serials? Is it a bunch of one-offs?
Could be all the above. I mean, you have a lot of dead women over a long time span. I think what you're looking at is multiple serial killers. It's hard for me to believe that it's only one serial killer. Is that possible? Yes. Is it probable over such a large time span? No.
And when John Kelly and I want to get inside the skin of the serial killer we're chasing, we go straight to the source, an actual serial killer. Codename Raven. He's been calling me from prison for over a year now. We've got what? Anywhere from 18 to 40, 45 murders here over the span of 40 years, 900 miles. You think this is one guy?
There's gotta be more than one killer in that area. I believe there's a number of killers out there working. If I was up there, I would not want my daughter or her lives or girlfriend to hitch a ride out there knowing that there was a killer or killers present.
Nice of Raven to say that. Shame the fathers, husbands, and boyfriends of his victims didn't get the same heads up.
If you just take a look at all those photos on the board, so those girls are staring at us, the two of us.
Yeah, they're looking, their eyes are...
They're saying, please help us. I mean, that's the vibe, the feeling I'm getting.
You and I both know, you know, the good news is you possibly have a couple of serial killers. The bad news is you have 18 separate killers who could become serial killers.
One, two, three serial killers? The Canadian Mounted Police proudly say they always get their man. But this is the ultimate test of that promise.
My task force is looking at 18 victims, 13 murdered, and 5 missing.
For Staff Sergeant Wayne Cleary, the Highway of Tears case is all-consuming. He's got 75 people working it day and night.
The investigation's been going on now for about 5 years. To get this thing started, we had over 700 banker boxes of information relating to those 18 investigations alone.
And solving these kinds of cases is about as hard as it gets.
Well, I would say it would be a stranger-to-stranger attack, which are the toughest cases to solve. Generally, there's no witnesses involved other than the perpetrator, so they're very, very difficult.
Now, the key phrase there is stranger-to-stranger attack. That's the bread and butter of the serial killer. You don't know him, and he doesn't know you.
We're very much alive to the fact that there could be connections. We're very much alive to the potential of a serial killer or a group of killers. I don't believe there's one serial killer, but until we actually can come out and say definitively, we're just keep our minds open to any possibility.
Are these killers here or this killer smart or just lucky?
Perhaps a combination of both. I think they're private about what they've done, and perhaps that's what's protected them.
And the other thing that's protecting these killers? The wilderness. 5 of these girls have never been found. You don't have to drive too far on the Highway of Tears before you start to feel lonely.
We're in the middle of nowhere out here. I haven't seen a gas station in miles. I'm driving along this barren stretch of the road right now, looking for a guy like this. It's like seeing a school of salmon running up the river and try to pick one of them out. They all look the same. This guy looks like anybody driving down this road.
But this place is more than wilderness. There are people living here, tight-knit communities, and they're hurting. It's their daughters who were gone, and they've been dodging serial killers all their lives. Wednesday, September 21st, 2005. It's just another day on Canada's notorious Highway of Tears. And another young woman is out hitchhiking, alone. Tamara Chipman is 22. She has a young son at home, and she's trying to get back there.
Hi.
Hi.
Are you going through Terrace?
Yeah, jump in. But after heading out to the highway, no one sees her again. No body is ever found. Nothing.
She was spunky as a child. She was a little spoiled. She was funny. She was quite the character growing up as a child.
Tamara's aunt, Gladys Radick, is still waiting for her to come home.
If she's alive, we want to bring her home. If she's on the other side, we still want to bring her home. One way or the other. It's the not knowing that's killing us. It's got a big hole in all of our hearts. Because when I see her little guy now, he is a spitting image of her. And it's just heartbreaking. At the same time, you can see her little character in him, and he's just an awesome little guy.
Most of the missing and the dead are what Canadians call First Nations people. They are the original locals of these streams and mountains. Gladys Radick wanted the First Nations victims to have a voice, so she took to the road herself, walking the Highway of Tears and then across Canada.
During the course of the long investigation, Native women marched through the streets to keep up pressure on police. They always felt the crimes were connected. Now there's apparently mounting evidence they may be right.
I carry a heavy load. My heart is heavy. I feel like crying a lot of times. But I also carry the message that they want. They've been silenced for so many years and decades.
While the official list of dead and missing for the Highway of Tears is 18, Gladys Radick says it's much higher, could be up to 43. And on her walks across the whole of Canada, she hears of many more.
Our stats that we got from family members while we were walking are 4,200 missing and murdered women across Canada. And about 80% of those are First Nations. So if you start putting the statistics together and you figure even if 3,000 of those women were First Nations, the average First Nations woman will have average 5 children in a lifetime. So that means we're missing out on 15,000 children for our future generations.
Gladys knows what it's like to face a serial killer. She escaped the clutches of one of Canada's worst, Clifford Olson.
This was back in the 70s in Vancouver. I had just missed my bus. I got off work late and started hitchhiking. And I was actually picked up by Clifford Olson.
Hi.
Hey, where you headed?
I'm headed for US.
Jump in.
I was pretty young then. I was also pretty small for my age at that time. Clifford Olson liked children, and he wasn't fussy whether it was boy or girl.
Olson killed 11 young people in BC's Lower Mainland. He raped some first and strangled or bludgeoned most to death.
On this night, Gladys could have joined that grim list.
I was in the front seat of his car, and at that time, he had one of those cars where the automatic locks had come in, and I couldn't find the button. Kept on reaching, and I kept on reaching. While he was trying to pull at me, he had my hair. I turned around and I found the button, and I just managed to grab the knob of that little button. I opened the door and fell out. And I was saved by an elder couple that had heard me screaming from their house.
Gladys was lucky. Up on the highway of tears, no one can hear you scream.
It does scare me when a young girl is going home to see her parents. There's no buses. She doesn't have money for a taxi. She has her whole life ahead of her. She sticks her thumb out on the freeway, and then she's never heard again. That scares me in any community.
Most of these victims were last seen hitchhiking before they disappeared. And yeah, we all know that's dangerous. But up here, things are different. People don't have a lot of cash. They don't have cars, especially young people. And there's no alternative. There's no bus, no subway. There's just the thumb.
I used to hitchhike up there quite regularly. That's where my family is. And it is of the norm because virtually public transportation is only available once a day. That's for over 700 kilometers.
The warning's right there. Girls, don't hitchhike. And yet they still do it. This billboard is what? 20 feet from Highway 16. There's a killer on the loose. Says it right there. But they still do it. It's out of necessity that they do it. And you know what? No one believes they're gonna be killed by a serial killer. But serial killers love hitchhikers. Raven loved hitchhikers.
People that have no cars, just moving from one area to another. They don't have documentation usually. They're free on their feet. There's not just easy targets, there are people that were convenient.
Convenient. Were your victims convenient?
My victims came along when they came along. There's a thing called karma with fate. I didn't put it there, and they didn't put me there. It's just something that happened. People that hitchhike, their lives are in danger as long as they step out on that road. Whether they want to get the chance or not.
Well, there's another thing you discover when you talk to a serial killer. According to them, it's often the victim's fault. Just like it's the baby zebra's fault for walking in front of a lion. So now I'm thinking, if hitchhiking is dangerous, if the highway is dangerous, then the next question is, who uses that highway?
So when I think of a vocation, a job for this guy, one thing obviously comes to mind. A trucker. Is that what we're looking at?
Well, I'm going to tell you, when I'm looking at this highway of tears, I mean, trucker really comes into my mind because Yeah, that's somebody that's driving up and down all the time and has better odds of seeing a victim of opportunity.
You know, I stood on that highway. I watched people stop and pick hitchhikers up myself. So it's a common thing for anybody to pick up a hitchhiker, not just truckers.
Whatever they're doing in the area, if they have the opportunity to drive the road, they have the opportunity to see the hitchhikers. So you know how these guys are. I mean, they're constantly driving.
Constantly driving. You've got that right, Kelly. There's mile after mile to soak up out here on Highway 16. Mile after mile after mile.
Somebody told me while I was here, the cases don't go cold. They only go cold if you stop investigating. These cases here are hot. And this killer is out here.
But this guy won't pick up just anybody. Like any animal out hunting, the conditions have to be just right before he takes the risk of striking his prey.
So he's hunting, and he may pass 5 hitchhikers before he comes to the perfect victim.
He's gonna come to the victim that he feels the safest with. And he may pass 8, 9 victims, but if he thinks he's gonna be seen, that may distract him from his prey. He may move away from his prey if he believes that somebody has him in their sights. He does not want to be connected. And obviously, this killer or these killers over the years have been pretty successful in staying out of view.
I can only imagine being a young girl on this road in the middle of the night. It's got to be as dark as the bottom of the ocean, like a cave. I'd take a ride from anybody. Those headlights pulling over, pulling past me, the sound of that car hitting the gravel, someone yelling, "Hey, come on in, I'll give you a ride." That's a sense of comfort. That's the sound of safety. The last thing that I'm thinking about is that ride picking me up is my last ride.
And me, I've got a few more stops to make on this highway. We've got 18 missing over a 37-year span. I need to narrow that down into clusters. There's a small town up here that's lost some of its children. I've got a feeling some answers lie there. The small town of Smithers sits almost in the middle of the Highway of Tears. Only 5,500 people live here. It's a tiny dot surrounded by the Canadian wilderness. And as the bitter winter thaws up here each year, there's a local lady who starts to worry.
I always warn everyone, please don't be alone tonight. Be with somebody. I'm scared every summer someone will be missing.
In the summer of 1995, Matilda Wilson took a phone call. The call no parent should ever have to receive.
They said that we'd like you to identify the clothing that we found, and we think it's your daughter's. And I knew right away when I went in there, they had all her clothes hanging up, and it was all her clothes.
10 months earlier, Matilda's 16-year-old daughter, Ramona, had gone missing.
And I was just cleaning up in the kitchen, and she was just going down the stairs. "Mom, I'll see you later." "Okay," I said, "take care." And that was it.
Ramona planned to join some friends at a party just down the highway. The only way to get there was to hitch a ride.
She was going to her friends again because they had stayed over the weekend before, so she was going to go at their place. And she always came back. And something went very wrong that night.
This is the area right here where Ramona Wilson's body was discovered. In the bush, as they would say out here. It's off a side road, about a half a mile from the highway. For 10 months, Ramona Wilson's body, this young girl, sexually assaulted, murdered violently. She just lies there in the bush, waiting to be found. I just can't imagine the pain that this family went through, and their child was just miles down the road, and her body frozen in the snow. It was only luck that uncovered her resting place. When summer came round again, a couple of guys were deep in the forest in their 4x4. They were well off the beaten track when their day turned to horror. Ramona's body wasn't easy to find.
The location where she was found, it's quite a ways from the highway. Maybe this guy really knows these trails because he went a long ways off the trail to carry the body, to carry her that far out into the bush. Seems like the killer knew where to go.
So did Ramona's killer know that spot? Raven has been talking to me a lot about dump sites. When he was out killing, they were on his mind a lot.
You know, when I'm talking about the dump site now, for a lot of these victims, it was fairly close to the road. What does that tell us about him?
Well, if they're closer around the guy's travel, that's to do one thing, and he doesn't know the area. If it's a mile in, that's not like telling there's a local guy that there's a mile in, there's a long ways away from one of these lake roads.
It's one way to separate these killers. A local up here would know a lot of places to hide a body. That may explain the girls that have never been found.
It's very probable that we have multiple serials in these cases. One who feels that he might be connected to the victim through DNA if the victim's found or because he's been seen with the victim. So he wants the victim out of sight, out of mind. No body, no DNA, no crime.
So Ramona Wilson's killer may have known the area. He tried hard to hide her body. He was scared she might be connected to him.
The other predator, the other serial killer, really doesn't care because he feels nobody saw him. He feels he can't be connected to the victim. So it's just, you know, kill them, dump, and run.
Yeah, I look around here. I look up the roads, horse farms, cow farms, grizzly bears in the woods right behind me. It's the ideal place for a serial killer, really, to just fade into the background. Come out at night and kill on the highway, and then fade away. And what he leaves behind, in most cases, are bodies. I've got a question for John Kelly. Just what do these killers feel once they dump that body?
Serial killers, when they dispose of a victim, it's like they're disposing of rubbish or garbage or however you want to look at it. He's objectified them. They were something that he used for his pleasure, and now he's done with them, so they're dispensable. He's throwing them away alongside the road as a piece of trash.
But Kelly, after that point, how does he feel? What is he thinking when he walks away from that trash?
When a serial killer finally disposes of a body, he feels a relief. He feels no remorse. He feels no guilt. He feels happy. He feels that he's had power and control, and he's at the top of his game. He's gratified. He feels nothing for the victim.
This highway of tears, it has a long history. A cluster of cases date back to the early 70s, and those cases have all the hallmarks of a dump-and-run killer. The Mounties that work those murders, they're still around, and they don't forget these girls, just like their families don't forget. There's one of them I want to meet. November 1973. A bitter winter is setting in on the province of British Columbia, Canada.
A young woman, naked in the water. No sign of life. She was sexually assaulted, strangled, and drowned.
The young woman was 19-year-old Pamela Darlington. Investigating her case, an old-time Mountie named Fred Bodnarook.
There she was, just hitchhiking a few hours earlier, and there she is. She's finished. Her life's done. Young, beautiful, all that.
These were the early cases of what would become the Highway of Tears murders.
Most of them were young females found murdered on roadsides. Investigation would show that they were hitchhikers.
Hello?
Hi. Were they all sexually assaulted?
As far as we could tell. Some of the bodies were practically destroyed. The circumstantial evidence showed that they accepted rides and in all likelihood were raped.
Pamela Darlington was part of a cluster of murders around the town of Kamloops. Gloria Moody, 1969. Gail Ways, 1973. Colleen Macmillan, 1974. Fred Bodnarook has watched a killing continue for decades. What does he think? For a start, he agrees with John Kelly's profile. This killer's job makes him mobile.
If you look at the region up there, it's just miles of highways and bush. So when you get to a community, it's just a stop along the way because that is long mileage up there. So we often suspected that the murderer could be a truck driver, a traveling man.
And then Fred throws out something in his quiet Canadian way that stops me in my tracks.
You know, there are copycats too.
Copycats?
You may have a couple serial killers within range of one another, and they're almost competing. One will excite him into action by the fact that somebody else has just killed similarly to his style. My feeling is that there may be more than one person on the highway of tears.
What's worse than multiple serial killers? Having them feed off each other's crimes. I wonder what Raven thinks about that.
Someone is having a boring coffee. He gets the newspaper and reads about this murder that happened, and it says a lot of similarities to what he has done. I'm sure that he may very well get excited about what has been done. That might even spur him on to think maybe I should go out and do this again. So you may want to go out there and do one better.
Fred Bodnarook and I have something in common. He also had a serial killer he would speak to, one he liked as a suspect in these murders.
I spend a lot of time talking to him just as we sit here, and I'd say, what drove you? How did you feel that very day? What happened? He said, well, it was a nice day, and he said, I just felt that I had to have excitement and so on. So I got in my car and I started to drive up and down the streets to see who I could find. And then I saw this one, and I got her in the car, and of course, the rest happened.
That killer was convicted of 3 other murders elsewhere in Canada. Eventually, he was ruled out as being involved in the Highway of Tears, but Fred won't forget his words.
He did say that he wasn't satisfied until he was certain his victim was murdered. Even he said it's like some evil coming over you and you can't stop till it's done.
Is that how a killer on the Highway of Tears feels? Overcome by evil? Cruising the highway, just waiting for a victim to stick out her thumb and step into his trap? What kind of guy would do that? I'm about to find out. The Highway of Tears, a case that spans over 40 years. 18 young women, dead or missing across the remote north of British Columbia, Canada.
Route 16, often called the Highway of Tears, once again at the center of a criminal investigation.
It's one of the great mysteries of Canadian crime. But for the people who live in the middle of it, life goes on. It has to. The entire time I've been here, I've felt nothing but safe, greeted with warmth. And the people here, I've talked to them, and they feel safe too. I think the only people who are unsafe are young women walking on Highway 16 at night. I think if you do that, I think you may end up dead. So what do we have in this case? Not much. Little evidence and a few eyewitnesses. But it has to be more than one killer. One a local, trying to cover his tracks. And the other, a guy on the move, a traveling worker. He kills, he dumps, he runs. They both have problems with women, no doubt. They both have to be stopped. And as each year goes by after a murder, a funny thing is happening. People's memories are fading. Some eyewitnesses may not be around anymore, but technology is improving, and DNA holds the key.
Over the years, what our forensic labs can do for us have improved dramatically. So we've been able to get some help that way, and we do have some DNA evidence that we have to work with.
Today's technology can get information out of tinier and tinier samples.
For example, 5 years ago, we would submit a shirt of a young girl or a pair of pants, and they identified DNA on there, but we were told that it's not enough. We don't have the technology. But we would wait, and we would submit it 5 years later, and the technology's increased so much, we get DNA hits. And when that happens, that's high fives in the office, especially on these old files.
And there's still more evidence sealed in Ziploc bags, just waiting for the next step forward in the lab. Who knows what secrets those small shreds of DNA may hold? In September 2012, proof that from the depths of time, for cases 40 years old, answers can be found.
We are here today to announce a significant development.
The break was an almost 30-year-old DNA sample taken from the body of 16-year-old Colleen McMillan.
In 1974, Colleen McMillan left home to hitchhike to a friend's house nearby. Her body was later found dumped off a logging road. Crime scene evidence containing traces of the killer's DNA was kept for over 30 years. Then, as technology improved, the DNA went back to the lab.
A DNA profile of an unknown male was identified from Colleen's case.
The DNA profile went to Interpol, and they came up with a match. Bobby Jack Fowler, an American with a rap sheet a mile long. Attempted murder, kidnapping, sexual assault, arson. He fits the profile of our dump-and-run killer. He's a drifter who'd been working near Colleen McMillan's home back in 1974.
He worked odd jobs in areas like roofing and general labor. He frequented bars and restaurants and was violent towards men and women and picked up hitchhikers.
And Bobby Jack Fowler moved around a lot. He's also the prime suspect in another case I've been investigating. So it was a black van. 2 double murders in the coastal city of Newport, Oregon. Just like on the Highway of Tears, teenage girls were hitchhiking, picked up, murdered, and hastily dumped in the forest.
Fowler is responsible for the murder of 16-year-old Colleen McMillan.
He's also a person of interest in the murders of Pamela Darlington and Gail Ways. But he has been ruled out for 8 of the 18 murders. And he won't kill again. Bobby Fowler died in prison in Oregon in 2006. So we've got answers on some of the early cases and proof that more than one person has a taste for killing on the Highway of Tears. I gotta hand it to Kelly. He had this guy pegged. As a serial killer, Bobby Jack Fowler was an opportunist. He wasn't smart or sophisticated. He took chances when they came up, and then he got the hell out of Dodge. That's what he did. For 40 years. And if he isn't responsible for those other murders, that means there's another serial killer out there, trolling the Highway of Tears. And that's the kind of stuff that keeps this guy up at night. And this is where law enforcement can hand a part of this case back to the public.
The general public can think back to those cities, think back to those times. Who did they associate with if they were there? And think about some things that didn't sit well with them that they think the police should know about. What's going to take to solve the cases now is people coming forward and telling us what they know.
Somebody knows something.
It's always been that way. It'll always be that way.
Just what is it going to take to flush another killer out?
A mistake. Or somebody holding back information that knows. It could be a girlfriend. It could be a relationship will go sour and she'll inform.
So, is he still out there?
I fear so, yes.
They're still out there. 2, maybe more killers on that highway. Signs will go up. Mothers will beg their daughters not to hitchhike. But when there's no other way to get around, teenage girls aren't always gonna do what they're told. They'll go back to that highway and stick out that thumb. And behind the wheel, a murderer will be smiling.
When she was 12 years old, her and I, one time we were baking cookies for Christmas. And she was saying, "Mom, you know what? I really want to be a psychologist when I grow up. I really want to help a lot of people out." You know what? I even listened to some of the kids because they got so many problems, and I feel so bad for them, and I want to help everybody.
All little Ramona Wilson wanted to do was help people.
It's very difficult, especially on Christmas or any holidays and her birthday. I sit here and cry.
A serial killer. He extinguishes the light of life, and he spreads darkness everywhere.
To him, our children are garbage, and that can't be. That can't be.
People gotta come forward. People gotta talk about what they know, even if it's about their next door neighbor. Because you don't know your next door neighbor. He could be that monster. He could be that guy.
People know something out there and they suspect, but they won't come forward. And I would like them to throw their fear aside or their concern and just go out there and say, I suspect so-and-so, or you should look at so-and-so. And many times they're right.